There's an ancient book that influences the New Testament writers, and I'm willing to bet that you may have never heard of this book. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, the host of Skywatch Women, the Skywatch TV science editor, my best friend, Sharon Gilbert.
Hi, honey.
And the author of a new book that will be the topic of discussion here for the next several programs in Skywatch TV. He's the scholar in residence at Logos Bible Software, the author of I Dare You Not to Bore Me with the Bible and The Unseen Realm, Recovering the Supernatural Worldview of the Bible, host of the excellent Naked Bible podcast, Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike, welcome back to Skywatch TV.
Thanks to both of you.
The Book of Enoch. Longtime viewers may be familiar with the title, but I'm guessing most people who are regulars in the pews on Sunday mornings have no idea that it exists or how it influences the New Testament. So let's start there. What is the Book of Enoch? Where does it come from?
Sure. The Book of Enoch is, again, when scholars talk about it, they're referring to something called First Enoch. There's actually 3 books of Enoch, but the first one is the one that gets all the attention, and for good reason. It was something that circulated really widely in the intertestamental period, again, what scholars call the Second Temple period. And so it would have been a book read by Jesus and read by the apostles, the New Testament writers, and any Jew that sort of read stuff in the Second Temple period would know about Enoch and would know the contents, the storyline, and so on and so forth about this book. Now, for us, our evidence of this book only goes back to about the 3rd or 2nd century BC, because this book, in particular, the Book of Enoch, First Enoch, was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls in fragmentary form, so little portions of it. The greater portion of it is much later in terms of manuscript evidence, but it's very clear that it was an intertestamental book. It gets quoted by other books. It gets talked about a lot all the way into the early Christian church. So it was something that we know was pretty widely read and respected. It wasn't considered canonical, except for a handful of early Christian fathers, famous, Christian writers, did consider First Enoch, worthy of inclusion in the Bible, but most did not. But regardless of that, it was something that, was widely read and respected and thought highly of.
This is the Enoch from the Old Testament that we're all familiar with, who was translated. Did he write this book?
Yeah, there's no evidence either in the book or from the manuscript evidence that he was actually the author. And that's a good thing to bring up, because Enoch is grouped by modern scholars in a collection of literature from this period called the pseudepigrapha. And I've read some Christian sources where they'll take that term pseudepigrapha and think, oh, false writings, don't read that. That isn't actually what the term means, and it's not what scholars mean by using the term. Pseudepigrapha are books that are written and get titled either by the author or by later readers according to the main character in the book. In other words, it's like a pseudonym. And there are biblical books like this as well, 1st and 2nd Samuel. There's nothing in 1st and 2nd Samuel that says Samuel wrote it, but that's what it becomes known as because he's the central character, him and David. So it's sort of a known thing. In between the Testaments, lots of people wrote books, and either, again, they titled it or someone else titled it according to the main character in the book. And Enoch, of course, is the one translated. He gets to see God and doesn't die. And so that the biblical story plays a big part in the book we know as Enoch or First Enoch. And that's why it gets its name.
This is one of those curious stories in the Old Testament that we kind of look at and just kind of go, like the Genesis 6, 1 through 4, okay, giants, okay, we'll just kind of file that away as one of those curious little things that doesn't really matter to us today. Enoch, of course, is one of 2 Old Testament, patriarchs who were brought up to heaven without dying. So just from that alone, you'd assume there was something significant about it. How important was the Book of Enoch considered to the writers who lived during the time of the New Testament? Well, the authors of the New Testament.
Yeah, it's actually quite important, and it's what's prompting the book. In the academic world, scholars spend a lot of time on Enoch and its relationship to the New Testament. Because you would think, and again, I've read this in Christian books, we shouldn't even think about the Book of Enoch because the New Testament never quotes it, New Testament never bothers with it. That's just false. That's just wrong. It is quoted very clearly in 1 or 2 places, but there are dozens of allusions to the material, to the storyline in particular in this book. And so it really leaks into some New Testament passages in fascinating ways. The one that's kind of the most obvious is when Peter and Jude write about the angels that sinned. And again, there's no other candidate for that phrase other than the Genesis 6:1-4 incident. The whole idea of, the third of the angels being swept down in a rebellion. And you get that in Revelation 12, again, the last book of the Bible. You get that in Revelation 12, but that event is cast in connection with the first coming of Jesus, the birth of the Messiah. So there's a war in heaven in connection with that. So this idea that this is primeval is largely something that comes from like Paradise Lost, Christian tradition. You don't actually have, biblical precedent for this. But Peter and Jude are writing about the angels that sin, and they use certain lines that come from Enoch, certain ideas. The angels that are kept in gloomy darkness, chained in gloomy darkness, prisoned in the abyss. Well, you don't read that in Genesis 6:1-4 or anywhere else in the Old Testament. Where you do read it is books like First Enoch in the intertestamental literature. Now, it's true that you get, again, the disembodied spirits of the giants, okay, the immaterial version of the Rephaim in Sheol, in the underworld. You get that in the Old Testament. But some of the specific language that Peter and Jude, offer, especially when in Peter's case, he uses a verb tartarao, to be kept in Tartarus. That's a very specific allusion to the Titan story, which is the secular Greek.
Oh, yes.
It's the secular Greek version of what Enoch is writing. So that's probably the most blatant example of where it's not quoted explicitly, but there are absolutely clear themes in Enoch that show up in the New Testament writings.
Titanomachy would be the same as what in biblical terms?
There's actually two versions of the Titanomachy in ancient Greek literature, and one of them is very close again to the Genesis 6:1-4, the Watcher story, the sin of the Watchers, and that's actually what I focus on in the book, because the specific episode where you have the sin of the Watchers, which is Enoch's language for Genesis 6:1-4, the sons of God cohabiting with the daughters of men, producing Nephilim. That episode is really dealt with in 1 Enoch 6-15. So 9 chapters, and they're all very short, so it's not a whole lot of material, but that episode is really important for New Testament writers, because in Jewish theology of the day, if you asked a Jew, hey, why is the world the mess that it is? Why is human depravity so bad? They wouldn't answer you like a Christian would today. A Christian would say, oh, that's the fall. Well, a Second Temple Jew would say, well, yeah, the fall's an issue because there we have the first, entrance of sin into God's good world. But the real culprits here are the Watchers, because in the Watcher story, and also it's true in the story that's behind Genesis 6 from Mesopotamia that the writer of Enoch knew, what the real problem is when the Watchers sin like this, they also teach humanity lots of things that corrupt humanity. And so if you asked a Jew, hey, why are people so bad? What's up with depravity? They would say, well, it kind of got started with the garden, but the real impact is the sin of the Watchers. And so you have that idea, kind of the proliferation of evil being laid at the feet of the Watchers. That idea is picked up in several passages in the New Testament that you'd never really know. It's kind of lurking under the surface unless you kind of knew what you were looking for. If you had read Enoch, you'd know that.
Not just the Titan story, but also gets into Prometheus.
Yeah. The whole. I mean, there are some pretty interesting counterparts picked up on in the quote Greek mythology or the Greek stuff that isn't related to the Bible, isn't a translation of the Bible, that kind of thing. But yeah, you get clear touch points with that kind of material, and it all goes back to earlier days. I mean, there are whole studies for listeners that are interested. The premier scholarly study is by M.L. West called "The East Face of the Helicon." It's a really dense book. It's 500 or 600 pages, and it's out of print, so it can be pricey. But he traces Greek mythology back to the ancient Near Eastern roots. And once you do that, you can begin to see touch points with biblical stories as well. So it's an Oxford title. It's great stuff.
That sounds fascinating. Had a conversation with our daughter
Yeah.
over the weekend, basically, and discussing the kind of things that we do, and I think scaring her boyfriend. But
That's your job.
yeah,
Exactly.
but she was obviously enthused, and actually they met, and she knew that he was unique because he actually came to her and said, "Hey, I heard about these things on this podcast I was listening to about the Nephilim. Isn't that interesting?" And she's like, "Oh, wonderful." But she had been fascinated from the time of being a middle school student when they were learning about Greek mythology, and then she, in her own mind, without prompting from us, connected this to the things that we were learning about this narrative, the Genesis 6 account, and the angels who sinned. And she said, "Oh, I wonder if those giants are like Greek mythology." Well, yes, very good. So just then to clarify again, and just to sort of summarize, the accounts in the books of Enoch essentially expound upon those 4 mysterious verses in Genesis chapter 6 and give us the backstory.
Yeah, I would say it gives us the backstory because whoever wrote Enoch very clearly knew the real backstory of Genesis 6:1 through 4, and that is the Mesopotamian story of the Apkallu. Because there are things in Mesopotamian literature in those stories that show up also in Enoch. So again, it's very clear that whoever wrote that knew not only the Old Testament, Genesis 6:1 through 4, but also knew the more ancient backstory that Genesis 6:1 through 4 was responding to. Again, sort of shooting theologically at some specific points of Mesopotamian religion. So whoever wrote Enoch knew all that stuff. And puts it all together in their work, and then Peter and Jude and other New Testament writers, dip into it either quotation-wise or allusion-wise. And so you actually get, it sounds really odd, but you actually get in a Jewish work from the time of Jesus, you get preserved the original context for why Genesis 6:1 through 4 is even in the Bible.
Wow.
Well, the book forthcoming by Dr. Michael Heiser, working title, Reversing Hermon. When we come back, we'll ask this question: if this is providing the backstory for the sin of the angels that's recorded in the New Testament, why isn't the book of Enoch in the Bible? That and more when Skywatch TV continues after this. Welcome back to Skywatch TV with Sharon Gilbert. I'm Derek Gilbert, our guest, Dr. Michael Heiser. Please log on to skywatchtv.com because there you'll find exclusive content available only to people who log onto the website. Web-only content such as interviews that we couldn't fit into our network television schedule, and special programming available to the Roku viewers and to our YouTube channel viewers, such as Into the Multiverse with Josh Peck, Skywatch Women, hosted by Sharon Gilbert, and of course our weekly look at the world of science through a Christian lens, Sci Friday. All of that and more available only when you log on at skywatchtv.com. Mike, I guess the big question then is, why, if this is so helpful, the book of Enoch is so helpful to understanding what happened in Genesis 6, why isn't it in the Bible?
Good question.
Yeah, the answer is the same as why all the other books that are helpful for understanding the Bible aren't in the Bible. I mean, biblical writers used, I like to say it this way, believe it or not, hang on to your hats, sit down. Biblical writers read things. Like, oh, they read material. I mean,
outside the Bible, they read things that weren't approved canon.
Lots of Christians sort of take what I refer to, and I'll admit it's a little pejorative, okay, an X-Files view of inspiration, okay, that the biblical writers just kind of, wakes up one day, starts making breakfast, and just gets zapped. Mind goes blank, the loss of the limbs.
Automatic writing.
Automatic
Your
writing,
hand and arm
exactly.
just start waving, and then they snap out of it, and they look down and say, wow, did I write that? Man, I can't wait to read it. This is not, again, how biblical inspiration works. And I think lots of Christians sort of know this or have been exposed to the fact that it doesn't work this way through something like archaeology, for example. You can go hear a speaker that say, hey, the covenants of Israel, they were kind of written in conformity with ancient Near Eastern covenant patterns, and that helps us date this material, and it helps us prove the authenticity of this or that narrative. And people are like, yeah, that's good stuff. But if it's true, it tells you that they were using sources, that they were literate, that they were intelligent, they knew what they were doing. They're not writing like somebody who, doesn't know how to write a covenant, because they do know how to write a covenant, because they've invested some time into how you do that, so that people who read it know that, Well, this is obviously a covenant because it conforms to all the things we expect when we read one. And it's the same thing with using external books. The Psalms, for instance, uses the Baal cycle in several places. Why? To shoot at Baal. Because people were familiar with stories about Baal. I mean, the prophets have problems with Baal all the time. And so a prophet or some other writer will pull something out of that and diss Baal, either substituting Yahweh for the good guy in the story. It's not Baal, it's Yahweh. But they use that material. So should the Baal cycle be part of the Bible? Well, when you start asking questions like that, it kind of brings out maybe we need to think better about this. My view is that, look, a book doesn't have to be inspired, doesn't have to be part of the canon to be useful. Biblical writers read lots of things that helped them, again, express what they were trying to write, were trying to say under inspiration, and they were just helpful. Again, just help them communicate to their own audience.
Before the break, you mentioned Abkalu. Is this a person or an event or a place or?
The Abkalu were before the flood. They were divine beings. They were the equivalent of the Watchers, sons of God, whatnot. And in Mesopotamian text, you get them listed. They are the culture heroes of Mesopotamia, the great divine minds that helped humanity become civilized.
Prometheus.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
After the flood, you have 4 Apkallu listed in text that are post-flood Apkallu, but they aren't described as divine. They are described as, quote, of human descent, and only 2/3 divine.
Oh.
So they're to use our term, they're hybrid. Okay, they're this mixture again that results from a passage like Genesis 6:1.
Were they really tall?
Not only are they 2/3 divine, but they are, by virtue of that description. Where have we heard that before?
Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Okay, and Gilgamesh is described as a giant.
Yes.
In the same literature. And again, you have the whole matrix of ideas right there in that story. You've got divine beings. Right at the time of the flood, something happens where they produce offspring that are of human descent, but still divine, this hybrid thing going on. And again, Gilgamesh is one of them. Gilgamesh is actually called in a cylinder seal from Mesopotamia, Lord of the Apkallu. So he is a giant. He's one of them. He's this hybrid, kind of being. And you get the whole matrix of ideas right there in their story, in this Mesopotamian, literature, this material, that really gives you everything that you need, everything that is present in the Genesis 6:1 through 4 episodes. So the key question becomes, well, what was the writer of Genesis 6:1 through 4 shooting at? I mean, why the relationship to this? What is the theological message here behind these 4 verses?
Well, you mentioned in a previous interview that Gilgamesh was actually mentioned outside of the ancient Mesopotamian texts, the Babylonian texts, outside of the Gilgamesh cycle.
Yeah.
Where do we find that reference?
He is found in an Enochian text. Okay, now for scholars of course have First Enoch and the other Enochs and whatnot, but they tend to label any text that deals with the sin of the Watchers, like Enoch does, as having Enochian stuff in it.
That's
And one of those is called the Book of the Giants. Okay, and that was also discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, and Gilgamesh is named in the Book of the Giants. Again, same kind of thing. In fact, one passage, one fragment is 4Q 530, again, because the book is preserved in a number of Qumran fragments, has Gilgamesh as, he's a giant, of course, and he's called a giant, but he has a dream, and he's asked to tell the other giants the dream, like, hey, what, it doesn't say this, but kind of like they're hoping, what did God tell you? And we hope it's good news. Because again, in this story, they're not good guys. So in this particular text, Gilgamesh says, well, in my dream, God, the Great One, he's referred to as, the Great One is going to punish the princes for us. In other words, on our behalf. And the rest of the text is like the giants are like, yeah. In other words, like we're off the hook. So it just gives you this little insight into, again, this particular expansion of the story. But in that particular text, it's like the giants get off from being punished, unlike the princes. And that's an interesting term, because that is a biblical term for, again, the sons of God, the gods of the nations in this case. but still referred to as sons of God in the biblical material, who are put over the nations. So again, you have this whole matrix of ideas working that's present in Genesis 6, the wider cosmic geography stuff of the Old Testament, Gilgamesh, the giants, the Nephilim, and in the Qumran scrolls, the word Nephilim occurs, in relationship to giants too.
Wow.
What's interesting is that in the book of Enoch, or First Enoch, the giants don't actually get off the hook.
No, they
because
don't.
We're told.
Someone's more sympathetic for this text.
Yeah. Well, explain what happens to the giants in First Enoch, and how is that relevant to Christian theology?
Yeah, in the giants again in the Sin of the Watchers episode, again, are very bad guys. They're cannibalistic. They're eating people. They're just destructive. They're just, they're like, they're the Incredible Hulk but not a good guy. So they become the object, along with, the Watchers, the object of God's judgment. Now, the Watchers are, of course, consigned to the abyss, which, not coincidentally, is where the Apkallu from Mesopotamia wind up. After they do what they do to preserve, we can talk about it maybe a little bit later, but what the Apkallu do to preserve their knowledge, preserve civilization in the wake of the flood, Marduk is not pleased, okay, after that happens. And he says to the Apkallu must return to the abyss and never return back to earth, back to civilization. So they're put in the pit, the underworld, the realm of the dead. And that's where all the Jewish traditions in Enoch and other Enochian texts have the original offending watchers. And that's where Peter has them. The angels that sinned are put into in chains of gloomy darkness.
Right.
They're kept there until the last day and all that sort of stuff. But the giants are destroyed. And when you destroy a giant, according to Enoch and again other texts, the disembodied spirit of a giant is what we know as demons, and what Judaism knows as demons. And you get glimpses of that in the Old Testament when you have certain passages, like Ezekiel 32 is an example, where you have the Rephaim, which again is another term associated with the giant clans back in Deuteronomy 2 and 3, but they are present in the abyss, again, as spirit beings. So you get these ideas in the Bible. They're not all in one place. In the Enochian literature, you kind of have it all collected and dealt with in story form. And then it goes into the New Testament in books like Peter and Jude. But what I'm doing in my book is saying there's more to the Sin of the Watchers thing than just the giants. That episode and its theological ramifications show up in other New Testament passages that you're just not aware of.
And we'll talk about that in the next episode of Skywatch TV. But with just a few minutes left here, I know that there are different books considered canonical in different strains within Christianity. Roman Catholic Bible is different from the Protestant Bible, and the Orthodox Coptic Christians have different books that they consider canonical. How is Enoch considered by other Christian groups around the world?
Well, the Ethiopian Church, still considers Enoch canonical and has done so, from antiquity. Abyssinian, would be that another reference to that. Not the same as African Methodist Episcopal Abyssinian, but Ethiopic Church. The Eastern Orthodox Church again has a very high view of Enoch, and a lot of that again comes from Christian tradition too. Tertullian was a big defender, of Enoch. Irenaeus had a positive view of Enoch. And it's kind of interesting, really, that you can go back and look at what Tertullian and others said about Enoch, and they more or less come to the conclusion that, look, I'm getting old now, I've been a defender of this, and I think the book is great, and I defended its canonicity, but I'm willing to believe that the Holy Spirit would speak, through the masses, through believers, the mass collective of believers, as to what we should recognize as canonical, and I guess I was wrong. I mean, he'll be very humble, and say that, but they assume that the Spirit would guide the church into making, into recognizing which books were canonical and which weren't. So he admits that I'm on the losing end of this, and I'm okay with that.
Interesting, because as you pointed out in previous discussions, the church and commentators on the Bible over the centuries have not always been so forgiving.
Right.
Forgiving is maybe not the right word.
We can't agree on anything.
So trusting in the work of the Holy Spirit, we need to redefine things in order to protect the texts against criticisms that we're backwards, ignorant, unscientific,
Right.
Really remarkable. Well, the book is again, the working title, Reversing Hermon. The subtitle, The Importance of the Sin of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch for New Testament Theology, and that will be the topic of our next discussion. This is fascinating stuff, and Mike, we appreciate you tackling this subject.
Thanks for having me.
Make sure when you log on to skywatchtv.com, you take advantage of the links to our social media sites. We post a lot of things behind the scenes, little glimpses of things that we're working on here, and of course, some of the work that we do in conjunction with the ministry that is near and dear to our hearts, which is Whispering Ponies Ranch. You'll find all of those linked at skywatchtv.com. Look for our Facebook page, give us a like there, discuss the topics that we bring up on Skywatch TV. We appreciate that. Of course, our links there also will point you to our Twitter feed and the new social media sites that our new queen of social media, Christina Peck, is handling for us, Instagram and other places. You get more Skywatch TV than you could possibly ever imagine or possibly even want. But we thank you for watching as we keep watch. For Sharon Gilbert, I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV. The non-canonical extra-biblical book of Enoch tells us that there were watchers, supernatural beings called the sons of God, who came down on Mount Hermon, intermarried with humans, taught humanity things we should not know. That sin shows up in the New Testament. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert, alongside my wife, best friend, the host of Skywatch Women, Sharon Gilbert,
Hey, sweetie.
and the author of a forthcoming book that deals with the sin of the Watchers and its importance for New Testament theology. He's the scholar in residence for Logos Bible Software. Working title of the book, Reversing Hermon, The Importance of the Sin of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch for New Testament Theology, the subtitle, Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike, welcome back.
Thank you.
For those of us who were raised in church every Sunday morning, Sunday school, since I can remember, all the way through college, at which time I kind of fell away. Mount Hermon, never mentioned. Watchers never
Gee, it
mentioned.
was in my church.
Yes,
They're
even
in
though,
there.
yeah, even though the Watchers are mentioned in the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Never heard that term. Never heard any of this stuff. Where do we find the sin of the Watchers? And maybe as a review, what is the sin of the Watchers, and then how does that affect and influence New Testament theology?
Sure. Yeah, the sin of the Watchers, again, the sort of the quick version of it is not only the transgression, transgressing heaven and earth, this boundary, the first estate, to use Peter and Jude language. That's what people typically think of, but it's actually more than that. It's part of that, era that's presented in this book involved the Watchers teaching people, for lack of a better term, forbidden arts, forbidden knowledge, things that corrupted humanity, warfare, arts of seduction, just things like this. And so in the Jewish mind, again, in the intertestamental period, which is where we get the book we know as Enoch and other books that are Enochian, as scholars like to refer to them, this notion of what the Watchers did in terms of their teaching, their corruption, is what becomes the central focus for the proliferation of evil. Remember Genesis 6:5, after the whole Sons of God episode,
Right.
that describes just the all-encompassing wickedness, of humanity. Well, you ask, well, how did they get that wicked? Because you kind of go from the Genesis 6 stuff and the Sons of God, the Nephilim, and all that, and then you get to this statement about wickedness. Again, that question is answered in both the New Testament and, of course, in the intertestamental period. Because if you asked a Jew, again, to explain his hamartiology, his doctrine of sin, why is the world the way it is, and why do we have depravity? Their answer is not just Genesis 3, the fall, which is what our reflexive response would be. Their answer is, well, the Watchers, Genesis 6. What they taught people corrupted them, and it just spread like wildfire through humanity. And so that is the thing that in the Jewish mind, that's the human problem. We are doomed, to an eternity without God because we won't be resurrected unless, again, we're redeemed. Because of what happens in Genesis 3, we're sort of owned by the Lord of the dead, the Satan figure and all this kind of stuff that's very familiar in Christian theology. But not only does that need to be dealt with and reversed, but depravity needs to be dealt with and reversed. And so for the Jew, when they thought about Messiah, when they thought about what the Messiah was supposed to do, it wasn't just resurrection, cure my death problem, It was cure my depravity problem, fix the world. Okay, while you're at it, while you're rising from the dead, why don't you fix the world too? And so they had the whole complex of ideas in view, and it's because of the Watcher incident.
So this is more than just complicating the matter from the fall, from Genesis 3. We've begun to sin, humanity, because of the Adam and Eve were lured into the lie of the Nakash, into believing they could be as gods.
Right. They were capable of sinning because they do, again, in the biblical story, but they become better at it. They become more inclined to it. They discover new ways, to serve themselves, okay, because of what the
More
Watchers do.
secret knowledge stuff.
Yeah, so again, this is part of, the Jewish view of why the world is the way it is. Now, I'll give you a few hints, without, too many spoilers here for the book.
No, we want spoilers.
Well, what I'm going to say, and what I write in the book, and I tell people in the book, look, a lot of this is going to be really unfamiliar to you. For the academic, again, for the biblical scholar, scholars write about this stuff all the time. I mean, there are just mounds and mounds and mounds of journal articles. Scholars typically just write for themselves about Enoch and Enochian story and the sin of the Watchers in the New Testament. This is a kind of a snoozer. Okay, it's old stuff, but nobody's ever collected it and put it into a book form and tried to make it decipherable again to the normal person, the person who's just interested in Bible study. So, for example, you get the birth of the Messiah. Now, this ties in again with, if you actually take Revelation 12, okay, as an example of the ancient genre of astral prophecy, that what John sees in the sky, he actually means when he says, I see these things in the sky, and they portend the birth of the Messiah. Again, people beside me have done this. They've plotted this out in astronomy programs, and it produces a date, for the birth of the Messiah, September, 11th, 3 BC. And
Which
all
is
that.
creepy in and of
Yes,
itself.
it is.
September
In and of
11th.
itself,
Yeah.
right. But that correlates with Tishri 1. Okay, it was the same day in the Jewish calendar. Tishri 1 is the inauguration of the Jewish king, in Israelite times and all this stuff. But there's
Is it the
more.
same as Rosh Hashanah?
Yes, there's more to it than that, because in Jewish tradition, and again, the book deals with why Jews thought this, and it's based on flood chronology. There we are, back now to the Genesis 6, 7, 8. In their view, Noah was also born on Tishri 1. And so the Messiah and Noah would have shared a birthday. And Noah is the key figure because he survives the flood, and what event corresponds to that? The destruction of the giants and the punishment of the Watchers. And so the Jews were expecting the Messiah. They looked at Noah as being a type of the Messiah for this reason. And so the birth of the Messiah, again, was viewed as this event that will fix the problem, not just the Genesis 3 problem, but the Genesis 6 problem. And there are other astronomical things that associate it with the Pleiades and the constellation Orion, who's the giant, and there are Dead Sea Scroll references to the Naphilah, the giant Orion, that connect back to this. Again, the book deals with this kind of thing, getting you into the Jewish mindset. The genealogy of Jesus is another one. Why are these particular 4 women in the genealogy? The pat answer is, they must be all Gentiles, and that's there to show us that God likes Gentiles too. Well, like the rest of your Old Testament says that too, so that's not really profound. But again, based on work that nobody else is going to have read, because it's a dissertation, of a few years ago, dissertation by someone named Amy Richter at Marquette, went through the genealogies and made this case, and she makes a really compelling case, and I use this for the book in one chapter, that all 4 of these women, if you go back again in the primary text and look at, again, the original Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic words, the circumstances of their life, what happens to them, or how they respond to what happens to them, borrows vocabulary from Genesis 6, 1 through 4, and the Enochian story of the Watchers.
Are you talking about Ruth and Rahab?
Yeah,
and
Tamar and Bathsheba and all this kind of stuff. And her thesis is that a lot of these episodes, again, revolve around illicit sexual relationships, or again, some point of, heaven and earth kind of transgression, like Tamar, the Kedishah, the cult prostitute, heaven and earth relationship there. But the references are kind of cryptic unless you're an Israelite, okay, or unless you're a first century Jew. You can kind of pick up on these little breadcrumbs that are laid in the text. We miss them all in English. But her thesis is that these women were chosen specifically because the one produced by this genealogy, Jesus of Nazareth, is the one who will reverse all these things. He will take care of the sin problem and reverse, again, the proliferation of evil in the culture.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So you have a lot of, again, cryptic stuff that, scholars talk about this stuff all the time. This book's going to be kind of like Unseen Realm, where what I tried to do in the Unseen Realm is to take material that scholars talk about, on a regular basis, that never really filters down into the church. And to take that material and, again, make it decipherable so that people can see, okay, well, this is why Peter and Jude would even be thinking about Enoch or even bother to read the story, because elements of it just, are breadcrumbed through the text in various ways, because it's part of their worldview, and the Messiah needs to deal with this problem. Galatians 3:19, the law was added because of transgressions. Everyone assumes those transgressions are Adam and Eve.
Right, date back to the garden.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, another paper I went to hear at an academic conference, and I got the paper afterwards because I was so impressed by it. But a guy went through all the Second Temple Jewish literature and asked this question: could it be that the law, the idea of the law being added to transgressions, that the transgressions that we're talking about there are the transgressions of the Watchers? Did any Jews ever think that about the law? And the answer is, oh yeah. Oh yeah, they did. And so he takes you through all the material, and I'm going to condense it for the sake of the chapter of the book. But his thesis was, okay, now if we read Galatians 3 and 4, there's some historic academic problems about what Paul says about the law in this chapter. If we view it through this lens, does it make any better sense? Okay. But again, why was the law added? To halt the proliferation of evil. And it's not just a Jewish thing, it's for the nations and all this kind of stuff. So these are just examples of chapters. There are 12 or 13 chapters in the book. Sin of the Watchers relates to baptism, how early Christians used to practice baptism with denunciations of the devil and his angels. There's a reason for that.
Kind of an exorcistic.
Yeah, there's a reason why you would connect baptism. In 1 Peter 3, why does Peter connect Noah, the flood, baptism, the spirits that are in prison, i.e. the Watchers? Why does he connect all these ideas? Well, there are answers for that, because he has Enoch in his head, and he has the sin of the Watchers in his head, and baptism makes a statement about that because it unites you to Christ, who's the Messiah, who's going to reverse all this garbage. So there's a lot of things going on like that in the New Testament that we never really think about, that the writer was trying to communicate to us. But the reality is the Bible might have been written for us, but it wasn't written to us. So we are outsiders. We are cultural outsiders to a lot of what the writer's dropping in there that he assumes his immediate audience will just, click with. But we're 2,000 years removed from that. It's not clicking with us because we're so far removed from the original context. We don't read things like the Book of Enoch. We don't have that in our head. We'll never see it unless somebody sort of says, read the book and then look at this, and that's what I'm trying to do.
When Paul was writing with this context in mind, with the idea that the Watchers, that Jesus Christ the Messiah would and did reverse it and eventually will judge all of the angels.
It's the already but not yet. The judgment has begun and is proceeding as planned.
When he writes about women keeping their heads covered, do you think because the Watchers, because the angels watch,
because of the angels,
do you think that he thought that sin was still at risk? That the Watchers still might come in and do that?
I may have to put a disclaimer on that chapter. For those people who might be watching this and have heard my episode on this on the Naked Bible podcast, have the children leave the room. The language in 1 Corinthians 11 about the head covering comes out of Greco-Roman medical texts, believe it or not. And it's very sexual in nature. Now, the broad point is modesty, and you can kind of tell that, just reading it even in English. But because of the terminology that's used and the strong sexual component of the head covering itself.
It's more than a scarf.
Yeah, and the hair and the whole bit. I mean, basically, they thought that the length of a woman's hair had something to do with fertility and fecundity. Again, this is just it's Greco-Roman Gentile science. He's writing to Gentiles, so that he's connecting with them. But in addition to the modesty point, he's concerned that they be sexually faithful to their husbands and their wives, and again, just modest in what they do with their hair or not, and all that sort of thing. And he adds, because of the angels. So in Paul's mind, it's not a statement that what happened in Genesis 6, 1 through 4 recurred, but it evidently in Paul's mind, that was a possibility, that he wanted to just cut off, right there. We don't want this kind of thing to happen again because of what resulted from it. We're still living with the results of this. So you could just tell this is part of Paul's consciousness. He's concerned about this possibility when he throws that in that chapter.
Well, the working title of Dr. Heiser's book, Reversing Hermon, discusses the influence of the story recorded in the book of Enoch, the sin of the Watchers, and its influence on New Testament theology. Talk more about intertestamental period literature and how much influence it has on the writers of the Gospels, and also what it means to reverse the sin of the Watchers when Skywatch TV continues right after this. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert, alongside Sharon Gilbert and Dr. Michael Heiser. We discuss the forthcoming book, tentatively titled Reversing Hermon. Please log on to skywatchtv.com. We have content there exclusive to the website. Our web-only content includes interviews that we couldn't fit into the network television schedule and programs exclusively for our viewers online. The Skywatch TV channel on Roku and YouTube, such as Skywatch Women, hosted by Sharon Gilbert. Our weekly look at science, Sci Friday, and Josh Peck as he deconstructs the universe one particle at a time into the multiverse. Josh Peck, co-hosted with his wife Christina Peck. That and more, our daily news updates as well, all at skywatchtv.com. Mike, what does it mean to reverse the sin of the Watchers?
Yeah, it means redemption. It means reclaiming, what Eden was originally supposed to be, what life on earth for humans was supposed to be, in communion with God. Again, just think of the original idea, the original enterprise of Eden, if you will, that God comes to humanity, wants to live with humanity, live with his human family, and of course have his divine family, a blended family, all at one. Heaven meets earth. This is what Eden is. It gets marred and ruined, again, by the events of Genesis 3. And then you have, again, other divine beings who also rebel and want to, again, come down to earth. And the Enochian literature has a variety of motives for this, depending on which text you read. But they come down to earth, and the result of what they do is to further destroy, further undermine God's plan to bring humanity back into a relationship with him. So their humanity is essentially propelled away from a relationship with God, again, seeking their own pleasure, seeking to kill off each other, and so on and so forth. So reversing it is not just, again, God looks at you and you're righteous now because you've accepted the Messiah and that whole complex of ideas, but it's also that we need this taken care of. We need you to have a renewed nature. The Spirit of God needs to reside in you. To progressively, again, here's the imaging language that you get in Genesis 1, okay? But now you are to be made like the image of his Son, who is the perfect image, okay? The perfect manifestation of the kind of imaging that God wanted for all people. And of course, you work toward glorification, doing that, going back to the global Eden. But the linchpin for all of it is the Messiah. And so he becomes the central figure in this sort of stopgap, stopping point thing that we have to reinstall, again, the kingdom of God back on earth. And if we leave it up to people, okay, like the Israelites, like David, like Saul, it's just going to fail. People don't realize this. A lot of Christians, I even get asked by Christians, why did the Messiah have to be God as man? Why do we have to have the incarnation? It's because the covenants were made with people, and people fail always. Okay? But God can't cheat. He can't look at the situation and say, "Well, that was a bad idea to make covenants with people." Because then it's like, well, God, shouldn't you have known that?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. He can't just say, well, let's just forget that. Let's just call it good and let's do something else. You can't do that. So the solution is, since the covenants were made with people, and God is the only one who can keep his own covenants, he says, I have to become a man. I will become a man, fulfill my own covenants, and die in their place. So the incarnation is really, really important for reasons that you wouldn't normally suspect. But it's tied to the failure of humanity, even of the Davidic line. But since he makes the covenant with David, I not only have to become a man, I got to be of the line of David. I got to fulfill all these things. And this becomes, again, the stopgap measure. The kingdom of God is never going to get kickstarted again unless God does it. And God comes as a man and does it. And this is why we have the inauguration, the kingdom language early. Even before the crucifixion, you start to get kingdom language. The kingdom of God is here. It's present. It's going to start. He dies, rises again. Sends the Spirit, who is the Lord, he is but isn't Jesus, all that kind of talk in the New Testament. And from that point on, it's a progressive rolling back. It's a progressive recovering, reversing of depravity, of all this bad stuff, Genesis 3 and Genesis 6 combined, that has happened. And even Genesis 11 with Babel, bringing the nations back into the fold. The Messiah is the key point person to do all of those things, all three of them, not just, again, like Christians typically think, it's just about the fall and the resurrection. Well, yeah, that's crucial. You can't have any of it without it. But there's actually more going on here. The New Testament writers have more in their head than just this one passage. They have some of these other things too.
Is this why the Lord chose Mount Hermon for the Transfiguration?
Yeah, I think that's a real slap in the face. I do, I discuss this in Unseen Realm too, so this one may be familiar again to some readers, but Jesus goes into the territory of Bashan, which again is associated with the giants in the Old Testament. That's where the conquest actually begins. The conquest begins and ends with the defeat of the giants. People don't often realize that, but it's Bashan with Sihon and Og early, and then Joshua defines victory in Joshua 11 as there's no more Anakim in the land. Hooray, we win. So it's just this start to finish kind of thing, but Jesus goes into the same places that have all this baggage, this backstory to them. And this is where we have in Bashan, we have the, thou art Peter and upon this rock passage, and the rock, of course, is right there at the foot of Bashan. So, the cult of Dan, cult of Baal in the Old Testament, Mount Hermon is right there.
Grotto of Pan.
Right,
yes.
Grotto. This is spiritual warfare kind of at its best here. So you go and you essentially say, you poke Satan in the eye because he's the big Baal figure. Canaanite, Baal-zebul, Baal-zebul in the Gospels, same
Baal the
guy.
prince, right.
Yes.
So he does that, and then they turn, and 6 days later they go up into the mountain. Well, there's only one mountain there, and it's Hermon, and that's where the transfiguration happens. So it's like, I'm here. Do something about it. And my view is that Jesus does these things to pick a fight. Because he knows, right after he does this, the Gospels say that from this point on he began to teach his disciples that he needed to go to Jerusalem and die. And they're like, what? This was so much fun, picking on Satan, then we get to pick on the Watchers.
Casting out demons,
right?
this is great.
This is awesome. What are you talking about dying for? But he picks the fight because he knows that's what needs to happen. And the forces of darkness don't. They know who he is. They know what the end game is. Well, God wouldn't have sent his son unless he wanted to do this kingdom of God thing.
And when you look at the
there you
Revelation
go.
12 incident that you mentioned earlier, there was that fight in heaven, which, we can speculate because we don't know for sure, but perhaps that was about let's see if we can stop this from happening.
Stop it from happening. We don't want this kingdom of God talk anymore. And of course, he shows up. They know who he is. And I think Satan's offer is a genuine one. In other words, I know why you're here. It's this kingdom of God business and reclaiming the nations and all that. Well, hey, look, I can give you all that.
I got
Let's
the keys.
shortcut the process.
I can deliver that for you if you'll just bow down and worship me. Again, it's just all this stuff that's under the surface, going on. That if you're familiar with your Old Testament and you haven't stripped the supernatural out of it, that helps. You can see again what the conversation is really about. And so, he does this to pick the fight, and sure enough, a week later, triumphal entry, everybody's cheering, and a week after that, he's dead.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to happen. And to quote, on the cross, Psalm 22, bulls of Bashan surround me. Well, Jesus isn't talking about being surrounded by cattle. The bull was a Baal symbol in Bashan, and so this is a demonic reference. Again, you miss a lot of these things if you don't, have the ancient writer in your head.
What's funny is I mentioned this over dinner last night. I recently read an academic paper called The Baals of Bashan, in which a scholar went and made the case that Jesus couldn't have been referring to cattle on the cross or just poking fun at wealthy people, wealthy women, the cows of Bashan. And instead of looking at the theological argument, he actually went back and examined soil samples and archaeological digs for pollen samples to prove that there were no cattle in Bashan because it was a lousy place for grazing. But the point was the same. Yeah. It was a theological point that Jesus was making. He was talking about the principalities and powers that Paul wrote about, who were the ones that were surrounding him on the cross.
Yep.
But then, was it 1 Corinthians 6:2 where Paul makes the further case that they would not have crucified him if they really understood what they knew?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 2, verse 6.
2:6, I got it reversed.
Yeah. Had they known, they never would have crucified the Lord of glory, had the rulers of this world known.
Yeah.
And again, I take Paul for what he says there. Because, again, it's not enough to know who he is. The demons say, you're the Son of the Most High. And by the way, it's kind of curious. They're the only ones who call him that. Because they know exactly who this is. And, again, they know what the end game is. They know what the purpose is, but they don't know the mechanism. And they draw a logical conclusion. Well, we tried to stop him, and he's here, and, let's kill him. Problem solved. And of course, that is not the problem solved. That's exactly what we want you to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, it's this cat and mouse game that operates again under the surface. And Jesus, when he knows it's time to die, it's like, okay, we go to Bashan now, and we pick a fight, and then we go to Hermon and we pick another one, and the Son of Man needs to die.
It's fascinating. The spiritual war, as recorded in the Bible, is far richer and more complex, more immediate and real than we ever imagined. The forthcoming book, Reversing Hermon, Dr. Michael Heiser, the author. Mike, we'll continue the conversation. For Sharon Gilbert, I'm Derek Gilbert, and we thank you for watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV. When we read the Bible with the worldview of those who wrote it, we can draw a direct line linking the sin of the watchers in Mount Hermon to the birth of Jesus in the stable in Bethlehem. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, the host of Into the Multiverse with Josh Peck. That would be the aforementioned Mr. Josh Peck.
Hey, Derek. How you doing?
And the scholar in residence from Logos Bible Software, the author of a number of books, including The Unseen Realm, Recovering the Supernatural Worldview of the Bible, and a forthcoming book with the working title, Reversing Hermon. We welcome back Dr. Michael Heiser.
Thank you.
We talked a little bit about this in the discussion with Sharon on the link between the sin of the watchers and the birth of Jesus, and that event as part of the plan of reversing the sin of the watchers, kind of rolling it back. Let's dig a little bit more into that.
Sure.
Let's start with a little background. The sin of the watchers in broad terms. What is that?
Well, it's the transgression that's described in Genesis 6:1-4. Of course, the terminology there is sons of God. And that is a term you see in the book of Enoch and other Enochian literature, but the major term is watchers. And we see that in the book of Daniel as well. So it's a biblical term. It's a term that would have been well known. But the sin of the watchers is sons of God, this supernatural transgression, with human women that produced Nephilim. And even more than that, getting beyond, the transgression event itself. It's the notion of also in Enoch, and you don't really get this in the biblical material, but you get it in Enoch, and you also get it in the original Mesopotamian backdrop to Genesis 6:1-4. And that is that these supernatural beings taught humanity certain things that really produced depravity, that corrupted the collective, human population. Things like warfare and seduction and astrology, again, is one of them as well. And, this was viewed as something so sinister, so far-reaching in the Jewish consciousness that, again, if you looked at a Jew and said, hey, why is the world the way it is? Why are people so bad? What do you think about depravity? How do we get from Eden to here? They would say, well, there was this incident in Genesis 3, but there's also this thing that happens in Genesis 6, the sin of the watchers, and that is actually zeroed in on in Jewish literature between the Testaments as really the main cause for the proliferation of evil in the human population.
The term watcher, is that a specific class of angel, or is it like a job that they had? What does that term actually mean?
Since the term tends to get conflated with sons of God, and sons of God is a hierarchical term, at least in the Hebrew Bible and Israelite thinking, because of the divine household metaphor. I think we are safe in sort of assigning a hierarchical element to that. Now, if you're just talking philology and etymology and all those sorts of things, it comes from a term that means to be awake, or to basically to not sleep, to be watchful. So you have, you can go along either one of those trajectories, but based on the way Enoch uses it, again, he ties it in with a very specific rung on the ladder.
Oh, okay.
And I know this is a left turn, but I'm just going to throw this out here. I know that in Egyptian mythology, they also had a class of supernatural being called Watcher, but they were typically assigned to guard doorways of the various stages of the underworld. Are you aware of any connection between the Egyptian concept of a Watcher and the Mesopotamian?
Well, the connection is the underworld. I mean, if there is a connection to be had, that would be it. Because in Mesopotamia, again, the Apkallu, which we've talked a little bit about before, the one thing that I haven't mentioned to this point is that you actually get figurines of Apkallu in Mesopotamian material. Archaeologists have found these. And recall, again, from our earlier discussions, that the Mesopotamian Apkallu, the wise ones, again, the ones who transmit divine knowledge, so there you have that connection. Before the flood, they're viewed positively. And after the flood, they're punished and sent, to the underworld, to Sheol, because, they preserved the knowledge of humanity, and Marduk wanted humans destroyed and all this sort of stuff. But they get buried, these figurines get buried under buildings with the thought that they're going to protect the building, watch it, from other spirits. And so there's this good guy element to them, at least at some point in Mesopotamian thinking, Mesopotamian history. But the Akkadian term for the Apkallu, for those specific statues, is Matzare, which is watcher. It's actually the same term. And so the Second Temple, Jew who's writing Enoch, whoever that was, it shows you again that they knew the story and they knew the terminology, but they just put it into an Aramaic term because that's what they're using to write. So you have a very close correlation there. You've got an underworld correlation with Egypt and the sort of the duty. Again, this protective sort of element is also there as well.
Yeah, because some of the phrases in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, based on the translation I've read, are frightening. Protect me from the knives of the watchers.
Right.
Well, anyway. Again, from a 21st century Christian perspective, where most of what we hear in church on Sunday morning, and I don't want to paint with too broad a brush, because I know that there are still Bible-believing, grounded pastors who are teaching and expositing from the text themselves. But in too many churches, all of this has been stripped out, and Jesus is just presented to us as sort of a cosmic life coach, an example to follow in order to be happy, healthy, wealthy, and wise, which is how God wants us all to be anyway. And all of this supernatural conflict has been stripped, gutted from the Bible texts. What does the sin of the watchers have to do with the arrival of Jesus in a manger?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to strip out the supernatural from Genesis 6:1 through 4, you're never going to find again the original context for those 4 verses, which means you're never really going to understand, even if you do find it, the intertestamental literature we're talking about, because there is the place it's preserved in its fullest form. But you get it, in the Old Testament as well, here and there. It's just not collectively in one passage. But if you're doing that, you really don't have any sense or any hope of even processing a topic like this. What in the world? And watchers, Jesus, I mean, what's going on with that? Well, again, you have to think like a Jew. You have to think like a Second Temple Jew who knows this material well. And if you go to Revelation 12, again, we're taking their context for this, not our own. If you look at what John says about, I looked up in the sky and saw, again, there are New Testament scholars that have noted, hey, this is astral prophecy, that it's a known genre of the ancient world. And it's not that the Apostle John is like Miss Cleo, or an astrologer or something, like, hey, should I buy that car? Should I marry this girl over here? Their notion, and the Jewish notion of astral theology, astral prophecy, was to go back to Genesis and say, hey, who made those things in the sky? Well, that was God. And why are they there? Well, they mark times and seasons and, the passage of time and epochs and history and all this stuff. And so they looked at the heavens and had a very simple thought, but a profound one. Well, I wonder if, what's going on up there in the heavens, if God might be able to communicate certain things to us through what we see there, because he made them to mark things, specifically times and seasons and whatnot. And you might think, well, that sounds like crazy talk until you read Paul. Because Paul, again in Romans 10, when he's talking about, hey, how are people going to hear and believe unless they get a preacher and all this kind of stuff? And you hear that in church all the time. But what you don't read, or what you don't hear, is what Paul quotes. When he says, he asks the question, well, have they indeed heard? And you expect him to say, well, no, they haven't heard, and that's what we're here for, to preach the gospel. But he actually says the opposite. He says, indeed they have. And then he quotes Psalm 19, which he's quoting the Septuagint, Greek translation of the Old Testament. The part he quotes is, well, of course they've heard. Their voice goes throughout, the heavens, throughout the whole world. And what's that? Well, if you go back to Psalm 19, that's the psalm about the heavens declaring the glory of God.
Wow.
And you get this day to day, night to night, okay, day or night, signs in the sky, and there's verbs of communication there. They speak, they tell, they report, they proclaim. And so Paul's like, look, the mystery is, what is he thinking? But he says, of course, people should have known that the Messiah was going to show up, that he was arriving, because of Psalm 19, because of the signs in the sky. And if you have that in your head, then you go to Revelation 12, and John says, and by the way, this is what I think Paul is thinking of. I can't prove it, that he has Revelation 12 or the content of it in his head, because Revelation 12 was written later. But what I think he's angling for is this, where John says, you looked up in the sky, see a woman, 12 stars around her head, the sun is in her midst, she's clothed with the sun, the moon is at her feet. Again, and other writers, other scholars have sort of mapped this out in astronomy programs, where you can see what the imagery there is with Virgo, the Virgin, 12 stars around her head, the sun in the midst, the moon at her feet. And that is what Revelation 12 covers. But if you start plotting that out, you also get other things in the sky that John doesn't mention that actually turn out to be important. Above the woman's head, you have a conjunction with Regulus and Jupiter. Jupiter was the king planet because it's the biggest one. Regulus in the ancient world was the king star because it was the brightest one.
Okay,
so you
Regulus, sure.
Right,
root word being king. Rex.
Right, you have a conjunction, and to an ancient person who, again, was thinking on these terms, well, you have a conjunction of two king signs. So this has something to do with a king. And it's in the constellation of Leo, which to a Jew, of course, is the Lion of Judah. And we get synagogues in ancient Palestine that have zodiac mosaics on their floor, on their wall. And again, they're not doing pagan stuff. They're doing believing stuff because they believe that the God of heaven really is the God of heaven and that he's in control of these things. Well, if you put all those things together, you have essentially a 90-minute window of time when all these things were true. And it turns out that, it produces a date, September 11th, 3 BC, which according to John, that would be the birth of Jesus. And that date turns out to be important because it corresponded on the Jewish calendar to Tishri 1, which was the Israelite date for the inauguration of a new king. But it was even more than that, because Jewish tradition, going back to Genesis 6, the Jews believed that Noah was a type, a prefiguring of the Messiah, because they believe Noah was born on Tishri 1 as well.
Wow.
And you get that from your flood chronology, all those boring passages in the flood. After so many days it did this, and the rain went, the rain came, the water did this and that. Well, it gives you dates. And if you look at it, Noah is 600 years old when the flood starts. And right after he turns 601, the waters start to abate. And so the Jewish authorities looked at that and said, well, hey, Noah turned a year older when this happened, and during this the season, because the Jewish calendar is seasonal, associated with the coming and the going of rain and all that stuff, they placed it at Tishri 1.
Wow. So
And
there's a lot of important information in those chronologies.
Yeah, it's lurking under the surface again, because we're not reading it like they would read it. To a Jew, why was Tishri 1, the first day of the year? Well, it has something to do with their view that, well, since we look back at the Garden of Eden, and the Garden of Eden is lush and has all this plant life in it, surely that must have been at the time of the harvest, and in the old Israelite calendar, that was the first month. Okay, the harvest month, which occurs in the fall season, not like ours does. And so again, they're doing all these things with their calendar, with the chronology, with the statements again in the flood chronology, and this was what they believed. And so if you were living in the first century and you're reading Revelation 12, you're thinking about the signs John's describing, you're thinking about the date it produced, you're thinking about Noah, you're thinking about the flood. And, one thing leads to another, which is why among the Dead Sea Scrolls, this same chronology is associated with the appearance of the Pleiades and Orion. And of course, Orion, in Jewish texts, is referred to as the giant. You actually get a Targum, an Aramaic translation of Job. Remember that the passage at the end of Job when he mentions Orion and
right, the bands
right. Can you loose the bands of Orion and all that? Well, in the Targum there in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's Naphilah. It's the giant.
Wow.
Which is the singular of Nephilim. So again, if you're a Jew that's familiar again with your literature and your culture, the way you mark time, all these sorts of things, if you're reading John at the end of the first century and John's like, hey, this is when the Messiah was born, and you can pinpoint that date, you're thinking, this has to be the guy, because why was Noah important? He survived the flood. He survived, again, the effect of the watchers. He was pure. He was righteous. And when he emerged from the flood, that was the time that marked what? The judgment of the sons of God. They were sent to the abyss, and also the judgment of the Nephilim.
Is that why there's a flood mentioned in Revelation 12? Is it a callback to this Noah comparison with Jesus?
I don't know if I'm trying to remember specifically. Do you remember what it says in
Not
in
specifically.
the specific verse?
Isn't it the dragon opens its mouth and then
And
lets
the
forth
flood,
a flood
yeah.
that pursues the woman and the child into the wilderness?
Right.
Yeah, I've never come across any. I know what you're talking about now. I've never come across anything that produces a specific connection to that.
Oh, okay.
So at between those two things. So at this point, I'd have to say no, but maybe I'll come across something. If I do, I'll put it in the book.
Yeah.
Because this is essentially what the book does. That, we aren't thinking about Enoch. We aren't thinking about, again, catch the simple thought. Here's a writer, a New Testament writer living in the first century. Is he thinking like the rest of the people of his time? Well, yeah,
Yes.
it's his culture. I mean, he didn't grow up anywhere else.
Right. Just like we would with our people we grew up with.
He's familiar with what people are thinking. They've read this material. They know what the content of the Book of Enoch is. Again, what I'm trying to do in the book is I'm trying to show that a lot of this stuff was floating around in their head. It's not just Peter and Jude, which is where we typically associate Enochian material, because it mentions the angels that sin and they're sent to the abyss and all that. But there are a number of things in the New Testament where the writer, you can tell, if you know the Enochian story and texts like it, you can tell that this was in the back of their mind. This was floating around in their head. And they wrote this way. They said this thing. They used this word. They used this phrase to make their readers think of that too, because they're trying to create a connection between Jesus or the gospel or the advance of the kingdom or the death of the gods and the judgment of the watchers. They're trying to make these connection points with their readers. And so the story of the sin of the watchers becomes really important in certain New Testament passages to understand what the writer wanted you to think when you read it. In other words, what theological thought did the gospel writer, did Paul, did Peter, did Jude, did the book of Revelation? What theological thought did they want coursing through your head when you read what they wrote?
Now, I always thought that all the writers of the Bible had the 21st century American in mind, and,
Yeah.
and that's who they were writing to.
Of course.
and only us, right?
No, it's the Reformation.
There you go.
Or the Puritans.
Well, understand what this means, though. The reading and understanding the view of the first century author of the book of Revelation, with the prophetic view in mind, it means that there was a 90-minute window of time on September 11th of 3 BC, heralding the birth of the King, which makes, of course, September 11, 2001 even creepier than it already is. I want to talk about something else that Mike alluded to, the death of the gods, when Skywatch TV continues after this. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Please log on to our website, skywatchtv.com, for links to various web-exclusive content that, like interviews that we can't fit into our network television schedule, programs like Josh's Into the Multiverse with Christina, our weekly look at science through a Christian lens, Sci Friday, daily news updates, and more, a forthcoming program featuring Joe Artis called Teens Rock. All of that and more, linked from the website. You'll find it at skywatchtv.com. Mike, you made mention of used a phrase just before the break that I find intriguing, death of the gods. Now, we're talking about the small g gods here, the watchers, the fallen angels who set themselves up as gods over the other nations of the world. Death of the gods. I thought these were immortal beings.
Yeah, it's a phrase that academics use chiefly from Psalm 82, because there you have the divine council meeting, God standing in the divine council among the Elohim, plural, he's going to pass judgment. Then in verses 2 to 5, we find out why God is angry, again, at the gods over the nations. And he says in verse 6, he said, I said to all of you, you're gods, you're Elohim, you're sons of the Most High, B'nai Elyon, but you're going to die like men. And you're going to fall like any prince. And then at the end of the verse, the psalmist kind of jumps in and says, "Rise up, O God, and take back the nations." And so it's this description of a divine council meeting where God judges the other gods and says, "You're going to die." In other words, there will be an end to you. And theologically, as Christians, this makes sense because there's only one non-contingent being. Everything else that has life is derivative from or contingent upon the will of the maker, the will of the true God, the creator. And God is essentially saying, yeah, you're gods, yeah, you're Elohim, you're spirit beings like I am, except, paler forms, lesser beings, but you're going to die just like men do. And it's an eschatological judgment. It gets picked up in Isaiah 34. There's another thing about the gods being judged. It's connected with the day of the Lord in other passages. So at the end of all things, at the end of the eschaton, this is sort of a prefigurement or a precursor to the notion about the devil and his angels being thrown into the lake of fire. Prior to that, they are stripped of their authority over the nations. And in Unseen Realm, I spent a good amount of time talking about how believers, how Christians are the reconstituted divine council. We displace and replace them. With Jesus' language in Revelation 2 about, to him that overcomes, I will put him over the nations. Okay, to him that overcomes, I will give him the morning star, and I am the son of David, the bright and morning star. It's a reference to the right to rule. Who's over the nations now? Well, the sons of God. Deuteronomy 32:8, and they're not doing a good job of it. They're corrupt, they're evil, they're hostile now to the true God who lent them that authority. They abused it, manipulated, seduced the Israelites. And God says, this is going to come to an end. And I spent a lot of time talking about how the kingdom of God, is the beginning of that. It's already happening. The displacement, of the gods, the removal of their authority. Not over just believers, but over the places that they govern. And ultimately, they're going to be done away with and replaced by us in a global Eden. So that's actually the vision of heaven that you get from biblical theology. It's not floating around strumming harps and singing a hymn 10,000 times till you can't stand it anymore. Okay, we're living in a global Eden like it was originally intended to be. And we administer the creation, we rule it, just like the whole Adamic language. And it's everything. It's not just Israel, okay? It's not just Yahweh's dominion. Yahweh has dominion over everything, every square inch of it. and we're the ones that have that authority. Paul says, you're going to rule over angels. Don't you know that?
If we're the rulers, who would be the citizens?
I think we're also citizens. I think I don't think there's a missing hierarchy in heaven. I think that question takes us into like reward language in the New Testament, where we will have different task levels, different, if you want to call it sort of status rewards, that sort of thing. Not everybody is rewarded the same way, but you're all residents. You do displace the gods of the nations, because this is what God calls believers. This is why we're called children of God. Okay, we're not given other spiritual verbiage and titles. When believers are referred to, we're children of God. As many as received in them, he gave the authority to become the sons of God. We are grafted in to God's family. So God looks at us, again, as sort of the inner core, that special elite, class within the royal household metaphor. That's who we are, but what we do and our status is going to be a reward issue.
Wow. It's a lot different view of heaven than what we learn in Sunday school.
Absolutely right, yeah. The little fluffy cloud and wings and harps and things. Just a couple of minutes left. Just to summarize then, basically humanity was kicked out of the council, kicked out of Eden, as it were.
Right. Eden was the original place of counsel, where heaven met earth. Again, the plural language in Genesis 1, let us create humankind in our image. And, God's the one who does the creating. That's clear. The verbs are all singular in Genesis. But God's speaking to somebody who's already there. And we know from Job 38, well, who's already there? Well, the sons of God. Okay, they're at the foundation of the world. And again, the language is important because God wants humans to enter into the family. Okay, join the non-human family, the divine family. And we're going to do this. We're going to have this merger, this blended family on this place we call Earth, because these are terrestrial beings. They're different than us. They're terrestrial. But we're going to be there. They're going to be with us. And of course, we know how that goes. Doesn't go well, but God never gives up on it. There is no plan B. He doesn't scrap the original plan. It's now we've got to kickstart the original plan, have heaven return to earth, this kingdom of God idea, and redeem humanity back into the family.
Wow. And that adds another layer to another parable. We mentioned a parable earlier in a previous discussion about the owner of the vineyard who's in a foreign land, and he sends his servants who get beaten up by the tenants who are working the vineyard and killed, and he sends his son and he gets killed. It's not just the Israelites and the prophets, it's the supernatural beings God had placed over the earth. The same parable, in the same sense, the parable of the prodigal son is about us returning, and the son who's been faithful, those sons of God who remained faithful.
Yeah, it's not just part of the family, it's the whole thing. Yeah. God wants everything reclaimed, not just the new bloodline that he starts with Abraham that we call Israel, but it's everybody, going back from that. Again, what we think of as the Gentile. He's not skipping any part of it.
Fascinating stuff. The forthcoming book, Reversing Hermon, of Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike, thank you very much. Josh, fascinating discussion as always. And we thank you for watching. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV. A mysterious incident recorded only in 4 verses of chapter 6 of Genesis reverberates throughout all of the Bible, even into the New Testament. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, the host of Into the Multiverse with Josh Peck on Skywatch TV. Of course, Josh Peck.
Thanks, Derek.
And the author of a fascinating forthcoming book, working title, Reversing Hermon. He's the author of a number of books that we recommend, including The Unseen Realm, what the Bible teaches about, or rather, covering the supernatural worldview of the Bible. Scholar in residence for Logos Bible Software, Dr. Michael Heiser. Mike? The authors of the New Testament, as you pointed out in previous conversations, had the book that we call the Book of Enoch, Book of First Enoch, more specifically, in mind when they were composing what we know of as the books of the New Testament today. But there's some theological implications that I never thought about, didn't even have a frame of reference for before we started talking about this book. For example, the New Testament concept of water baptism. What does that have to do with the sin of the watchers from back in Genesis 6?
Yeah, I wish Peter were sitting here. He'd do a better job of answering it. No, but it actually comes from 1 Peter, and in that particular chapter I focus on 1 Peter 3. And for those, again, who can't completely recall, this is the chapter where Peter bundles the angels, the flood, the spirits in prison, baptism, Noah, the ark, the resurrection. It's
Kinda
like, what?
throws it all at
Right,
you.
Right. Put it in the blender and see what comes out.
Well, that's a lot of stuff to think about for a guy who was a career fisherman up until the point that Jesus said, "Come follow me."
Right. It's like, what are you thinking here? Where'd this come from? And it's a great passage. It's one of my favorites. In Unseen Realm, I actually tell a story, and it's a true story about when I was in graduate school looking for a church. Me and my wife were church hopping, and we wound up at a place where the guy did a really good job. He was going through 1 Peter, and then we thought, yeah, this is probably it. And then we went away for a while. I came back, and we landed back in there when it was 1 Peter 3 time, And I thought, yeah, this is going to clinch it. This is going to be it. And he literally got up into the pulpit and said, we've been going through 1 Peter for X number of weeks, and here we are in 1 Peter 3, 14 through 22, and we're just going to skip this.
Oh, wow.
He said, it's so weird. I don't have any idea what it means.
At least he was honest about it.
We're just going to skip it. And I'm like stunned, Like, I have never seen anybody be that honest. You're like,
Wow.
we're just going to pretend it's not there. And needless to say, we didn't go back, But it was really disappointing because this is a great passage. And the key to understanding it really is First Enoch. It's the Enochian story of the sin of the Watchers, because what Peter is doing is he's referencing Enoch and his story in that book, like Paul references Adam. Now, we're familiar with Romans 5, some other passages in Romans where Adam is referred to as a tupos, as a type of Jesus, or the antitype in this case. And for those who aren't familiar with typology, think of verbal prophecy. A prophet gets up and verbally utters some prediction of things to come. A type is a nonverbal prophecy, where a person or an event or an institution like Passover, something happens, some part of Israel's history that prefigures something to come. And so for Paul, Adam becomes a prefigurement of Jesus. Adam is a type of Christ, okay? Well, if you can understand that, when you go over to 1 Peter 3, Enoch is for Peter what Adam was for Paul. So Enoch becomes a type of Jesus for Peter.
Oh, wow.
And to understand what Peter's thinking, you have to know the story of Enoch given in First Enoch. And what's the story? Well, again, for those who haven't read the book of Enoch, here's the short version. We have the Watchers, again, transgress with the human women. They produce the Nephilim, the giants. And God is angry. And he says to his other archangels, hey, throw those guys in the abyss, throw them in jail, and they do. And the Watchers are repentant. They're like, boy, we really made a mistake here. This is terrible. We don't want to spend the rest of our existence here until the end of days, and who knows what that means. And so they say, well, God likes Enoch. He took Enoch to heaven with him. So let's contact Enoch. And we're not told how they do it, but they get a hold of Enoch and they say, will you go to God and intercede for us, those of us, are these spirits, us in prison, okay? Will you go to God and say, we're sorry, and ask God to change his mind? So Enoch says, yeah, I'll do that. So he goes, he gets the message from God. Of course, the answer is not a good one if you're a watcher. And catch this. Enoch ascends to heaven, gets the answer from God, and then he descends to the spirits in prison, and he lowers the boom. And he says, well, I talked to God, and you're toast. You're not getting out of here.
Wow.
Okay, he's not changing his mind. And so Peter takes this episode and he sees an analogy to Jesus.
Right.
With the whole ascension, because we have other passages that talk about when Jesus was in the grave, he goes and he preaches to the spirits in prison,
right,
in Peter, and you have other language like that. And so what's going on in Peter's mind is that when Jesus dies, he goes into the underworld, okay, which is where they're in prison, the realm of the dead, because he's dead. Where else would you go? Okay. So he goes down there, And instead of the scene being, this talk about the watchers about, okay, God knows you're sorry, but sorry anyway, you're still going to stay here. Instead, he's preaching now to the denizens, the spiritual denizens of the underworld, okay, hell. And what does he announce to them? Okay, you're still losers. Mm-hmm. Okay, you think that now that I've shown up here, I'm dead. Mm-hmm. You think you've won. You and those who agree with you, the other spiritual rebels that the Old Testament talks about, that this is a done deal now. The pursuit of the kingdom of God, the reinstitution of Eden, it's game over. I mean, God has lost because I'm here and you know who I am. But instead, he's like, okay, I'm here. I'm not going to be here for long. In other words, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to rise from the dead, and you will still be here. Mm-hmm. And for Peter, this event, of course, is associated with the flood. So that's where you get the ark and the water and all this language. But he takes, the whole association. And for Peter, he says, baptism is a picture of this. It's a picture of what he says, baptism is this picture, he connects it with salvation, but he also connects it with the resurrection because that's essential for salvation. It's not just about water. Mm-hmm. Okay, so just as, we have this event here with the flood and we have this descent and this message given again to the powers of darkness, so baptism commemorates this. Every time someone gets baptized, it's as though this is rehearsed to the powers of darkness. This episode is renewed in their minds. It's brought back into their memory, and it's illustrated for Christians. So baptism becomes not just a ceremony that's done publicly for other believers. In Peter's mind, it's like it's a dig. It's like they have to remember this again, and that's why the early church would, in their baptismal ceremonies, they would include things like a renunciation of Satan and his demons. I mean, this is why they did that, because they're reading 1 Peter 3 in this way, that baptism is a commemoration of the victory of the cross and the defeat not just of Adam, or not just of what happened with Adam and Eve, but it's a defeat of the watchers. Okay, it harkens back not just to the problem of Adam and Eve in Genesis 3, but it harkens back to, again, reversing, dealing with what happened in Genesis 6.
Wow, so it's another example of there's more to the story than what we're taught in Sunday school.
There's more to the story, and Peter's not just having some sort of weird spasm like, I need to fill in a few verses with weird stuff. Here we go. No, it actually means something to him. And the whole thing about, having a good conscience, and I talk about that in the book, and the nouns there, refer to, what we think of as conscience, the ability to discern right and wrong, synodesis in Greek. It's actually a term that can mean a pledge of loyalty, a loyalty oath. So again, when a believer submitted to baptism, it wasn't just, okay, I'm picking sides now so all of you know which side I'm on. But it was a sign to the powers of darkness of which side I'm on. I'm professing my loyalty to the God of Israel, the God who sentenced the powers of darkness to death, okay, to doom, the God who really holds their existence in his hand, and he's going to take it away at some point. I've aligned myself with him, incarnate in Christ. And I just want to remind you that he rose from the dead, and I will too, but you'll still be here.
Wow, that makes baptism a lot more exciting than a...
It does. Well, it makes church, reading the Bible an awful lot more exciting. One of the questions I have that we're going to address here just in a few moments after the break, Moses, of course, venerated among our Jewish brothers and sisters as the bringer of the law, but how did Jews of the intertestamental period view Enoch? We'll talk about that as Skywatch TV continues right after this. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert alongside Josh Peck. And we remind you that skywatchtv.com is home to a lot more content than just the regular 30-minute weekly program. We've got interviews that we couldn't fit into the weekly television schedule, as well as regular programs like Josh's Into the Multiverse, a look at the very fabric of reality down at the subparticle level, a look at science from a Christian perspective every week with Sharon Gilbert, and daily news updates, as well as Joe Artis's program, Teens Rock. You'll find all of that linked from the website. Exclusive web-only content from Skywatch TV, skywatchtv.com. Mike, obviously, Moses is considered a great man. Maybe venerated isn't quite the right word, but certainly honored. Yeah. Not just by Jews, but also among Christians as the bringer of the law and the one who brought the law that is the foundation of our legal system, frankly. One could make the case that it is the foundation of Judeo-Christian or Western civilization. How was Enoch viewed in the intertestamental period as a person, not just for the book of Enoch, but how was Enoch, where was his status among the ranks of the prophets?
Yeah, it's interesting because you have certain sects of Judaism. Again, we're familiar because of what happens in the Gospels with knowing that Judaism wasn't just one monolithic entity where there were no Jewish parties and different viewpoints. Of course there were. There were lots of different Jewish sects and different
Pharisees,
views,
Sadducees, Essenes.
Some Jews, venerated, the law and Moses, really to the nth degree. Pharisees would be a good example of that. But there were other Jews who actually looked at Enoch as being, in some cases, in some ways, superior to Moses. And
really?
The rationale was because Enoch was taken directly from the earth to be with God. He had a special relationship with God. And also, Enoch was given, certain knowledge. And in the book of Enoch, especially, Enoch is the one to whom God speaks truth to sort of, again, counteract what the Watchers were spewing out in terms of their own knowledge on the earth. So Enoch becomes sort of a focal point for what God wants people to know, as opposed to what the Watchers are teaching people. And so that whole idea, that whole sort of theological trajectory was taken by some Jews within the same period as we get the Pharisees and Sadducees as making Enoch really, really important, and that the law was something not of a desperate attempt, but something of a second tier effort to try to combat what the Watchers were doing. When people didn't respond to the revelation God was giving through Enoch, okay, we got to do something else to restrain evil. And so Moses comes along behind Enoch, so to speak. And all this is part of the backdrop. There's a lot more to it, of course, that I get into in the book. But in Galatians 3 and 4, when Paul talks about the law being delivered by angels in conjunction with the fullness of time and the coming of the Son of God and all that, there's this phrase about the law was delivered by angels and it was added because of transgressions. Now, typically Christians will read that and think, oh, transgressions, that Adam and Eve, they both sinned in the garden and so on and so forth. But we're actually talking about the law, and the law was like a lot, it was millennia, after this event, with Adam and Eve. So right away there's kind of a little bit of a disconnect there.
Yeah, what took so long?
Yeah, what took so long? And so many Jews would answer that question by saying, well, God was giving us information through, Enoch. He was a preacher of righteousness, and Jude actually calls him that again, and that's from the book of Enoch. Okay, so we have sort of a ministry and an influence there. But when that didn't work, when that didn't reverse, again, the effect of what the Watchers had done, the knowledge they dispensed, the law was actually added not because of Adam and Eve's transgressions. Just whose transgressions are we talking about? Well, there's a whole strain of Judaism that says we're talking about the Watchers' transgressions. That the law was added to restrain, to halt the proliferation of evil, to impede depravity, that for many Jews was laid at the feet of the Watchers. Again, this dispensing of forbidden knowledge and warfare and false beliefs about the stars determining individual destiny and other gods controlling them and all of that stuff. That the law was added to try to halt the progression, the severity of depravity that the Watchers caused. So it's a totally different way to look at Galatians 3 and Galatians 4. And then when it's co-joined with the birth of the Son of God, you go back to things we've talked about earlier about how the birth of the Messiah was associated with Noah and the flood and Tishri 1 and all this sort of stuff. Again, you get this concatenation or this matrix of ideas that the New Testament writers are part of this world. Again, they had read this material. They're reading their Old Testament in concert with this material. They're thinking like normal people of their day thought about their Old Testament. And all of that is a foreign context to us. So if we were living back then, if we, again, were Second Temple Jews, first century Jews, we would look at things a lot differently in the New Testament than we do now, because we're 2,000 years removed, and we've had all sorts of streams of later tradition, various Christian tradition, that has sort of served as filters to us, for the biblical material, that the first century people, they didn't have any of that. They had something different. And that's the people they were writing to. Again, the scripture's written for us, for our benefit, so we can learn truth about the true God and salvation, and all these things we're familiar with. But it wasn't written to us. Again, we are the outsiders, not them. We are the outsiders. And we miss things because we don't have that context.
That's amazing. That brings up a question that I've always been curious about. Talking about Moses and Enoch and the book of Jude, there's this really weird verse in there that talks about Michael and Satan contending over the body of Moses. What is going on there?
Yeah, I think it doesn't actually come from Enoch. It comes from something called the Testament of Moses, or also called the Assumption of Moses. But it is one of these, again, pseudepigraphical books, which, again, doesn't mean false writings go away. Don't read that stuff. It's books that get their name because it's a pseudonymous, kind of thing. You name the book after the person that's prominent in the book. But it's a contesting for. I think I would fall on the side of this notion of not just, I want like a trophy. Give me that body. I want to prop that thing up on the wall or stuff it, like a taxidermist thing. I think it is a reference to undoing the foundations of the Israelites, again, the people of Yahweh, sort of an attack on their status as the people of God, and specifically to claim the soul of Moses, and in a spiritual sense. So I don't look at it as trophy hunting. I think this particular scene is used again to describe spiritual warfare. That Satan wants this, the devil wants this body, wants this soul, to kill it off, because this person is the figurehead for the people of God. So it's an act, aimed at illustrating and reinforcing the idea that the devil wants believers to die. Okay? The devil wants believers to not be raised, to not be resurrected, but to still be owned by him, to be under his authority.
The context of that isn't saying Moses' dead body, then it's while he was still alive.
No, I think even you can even have that view when it refers to the dead body, because it's this idea of, this is going to sound weird, but when I claim this soul of this dead person, I'm claiming their life.
Okay.
In other words, I'm not letting this person live with God. In other words, I'm not letting them be saved. So they're still mine. I still own them. They're still under the curse. All this kind of theological thinking. So I think the episode is illustrative of this idea of we don't want Yahweh to have a family. We don't want Yahweh to have a people. The souls of Yahweh's children are still mine to claim, is the message behind, again, the incident.
Wow.
I'm glad you asked that question, though, about that incident and about other pseudepigraphal books of the Bible, especially intertestamental literature, just kind of stepping back from the book of Enoch and the sin of the Watchers in particular. With just about 5 minutes here, what influence traditionally has that intertestamental literature had on Christian theology, and why is it important to take another look at it now and see if we can integrate what they were thinking, Jews of the first century, thinking into our Christian theology?
Yeah, I would say it's broadly important, because if you want to be taken seriously, at least by me, if you want to be taken seriously when you say things like, Mike, it's really important to interpret the Bible in its own context. Really? Well, if you're going to do that, you got to have the Israelite in your head. And the Israelite, for the Old Testament, you got to have the Israelite in your head. And for the Israelite, their world was the ancient Near Eastern world. This is why their writers are quoting stuff, and why this institution is similar to that one. And this even point of theology, interacts with this point of theology over here in the pagan world, because there's some combat going on there. To do that seriously, you have to have, again, their worldview. You have to share their cognitive frame of reference. It's the same thing for the New Testament. If you want to be seriously taken as someone who wants to interpret the New Testament in context, you cannot ignore this stuff because they didn't. They read it. Now, readers will be interested when the book comes out. One of the appendixes, there are 5 appendixes in the book. One of them is just a listing of where New Testament writers allude to something in the pseudepigrapha. And it isn't like 5 or 10 of them. Okay, it's dozens, and it may even hit maybe over 100.
Wow.
But people don't realize, again, how if you had read all that material and you sort of were familiar with the content, when you read the New Testament, it's like, oh, well, that just sounds like that. I wonder if he's thinking of this. Because, there's such a proximity to that material, and the New Testament writers are finding it useful. I mean, they're not giving it street cred in the sense that, oh, this should be in the New Testament too.
Right.
Just like in the Old Testament when the psalmist quotes from the Baal cycle, it's like, I'm not voting for the Baal cycle either. Okay? It's just that they were familiar with it and they're using it to communicate to their audience who also knew it. And so it helps them get a point across that otherwise, in their mind, they're thinking, well, I can't really say this as well, without this, so I'm going to bring it along to help make the point. So there's a lot of it that goes on. So it's not like you can't get the gospel. Okay, if you don't have Enoch, if you don't do any Second Temple stuff, am I going to miss the gospel? No, of course not. But if you want to understand the New Testament well, and you want to interpret it on its own terms, then you got to get your head into it. And you have to get it into your head as well.
What other types of literature is available that we have today that we can kind of see echoes of in the New Testament?
Well, Paul quotes from what we would call, classical Greek poets, Greek sources, Menander and Euripides and things like that. You'll get, in the Old Testament, there's a lot of it, especially in Genesis. There will be some pretty direct allusions to, other creation texts like Enuma Elish, even the what's called the Memphite theology from Egypt. That's the only other instance in the ancient world where the deity creates by the spoken word. That sort of thing. So there are parts of Proverbs where if you take parts of Proverbs and line it up against the wisdom of Amenemopa, it's almost word for word the same. And again, it's not like Solomon's like, hey, I'm a chapter short here. What do I do? I'm going to go look on this guy's desk, and take his work. And that isn't the point. The point is that people all over the world are writing about wise living. And so Solomon's like, yeah, I kind of like that. I'm going to bring that over here. I'm going to change a few things, so that it's identified with me and whatnot. But I kind of like that thought. And they don't have any sense of intellectual property in the ancient world. There are no,
Plagiarists
there are no copyright lawyers.
Yeah.
They're not thinking of it that way. There's no ownership, a sense of ownership over things like this. So you see that happen. But even broadly speaking, if we believe in general revelation, it rains on the land of the unjust and the just. Their crops are going to grow either way. Then God is going to be interested enough in humanity, even if they're not, part of the family, just, the common grace of God, as theologians like to call it, that people are going to have a sense of how I should live to be happy, how I should live to have a fruitful life and not live for myself, and what my relationships, with my family should be, and my employees, and all of that stuff is you see in wisdom literature all over the ancient world, no matter where it's found. And again, as a Christian, I say, well, that's the common grace of God, directing something in the heart of man, to have good relationships with fellow human beings. Why wouldn't we expect there to be a similarity?
Right.
And on a deeper sense, of course, the influence of the writing that we know as the book of 1 Enoch, strong theological implications throughout the New Testament. That's the theme of the book, Reversing Hermon, the importance of the sin of the watchers in the book of Enoch for New Testament theology. Dr. Mike Heiser, the author, always a fascinating conversation, Mike. For Josh Peck, I'm Derek Gilbert. We thank you for watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV.
You're standing on the battlefield in a war that you don't even know exists. It's a problem in the church today and something that we need to know about. So today we have a very special program, the first in a series of programs brought to you from Skywatch TV, of course. So starting from my left to my far left, Sharon K. Gilbert, host of Sci Friday, along with her husband, Derek P. Gilbert.
My better half.
Yeah, well, he would
And
probably
the smart
say,
one.
yeah. And we have Derek P. Gilbert, author of The Great Inception, Satan's Psyops from Eden to Armageddon. Fantastic book. And also Michael S. Heiser, author of Reversing Hermon, Enoch, the Watchers, and the Forgotten Mission of Jesus Christ. I had to make sure that I looked at my notes to get the subtitles right. Well, I have had the chance and really the honor to read both of these books, and they are phenomenal. Even to say phenomenal isn't doing it justice, because any book can just be good, but I really think the information provided in these books are vital for Christians today.
I'd say it's even more than vital. I think this is groundbreaking stuff. And,
Yeah.
you know, honestly, in the next 3 or 4 shows that we present this information, you two are going to give in stuff that nobody has ever told the church.
That's right.
So it's high time somebody dug it up. A couple of archaeologists there in the archives of the internet and ancient texts. So just dive right in.
And I'm not exaggerating to
No.
say, if you really want to know the Bible, not just learn what is being taught in Sunday school, but really know what's in the Bible, you have to get into the history, you have to get into the culture in which it was written, and both of you have done a phenomenal job. Derek, I want to start with you. You say that the first psyop was in Eden. What is a psyop, and how does Eden play into that?
Well, before we start very quickly, I just want to say it's just an honor to be sitting here next to this man and talking about a book that's being released at the same time, because what I've done has been really based on what Mike has put out there. His research into the divine counsel paradigm, his previous book, The Unseen Realm, was paradigm shifting.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, I just want to make it clear that without what Mike has graciously made available through his website and through the many years of lectures and teachings that he's put out on the internet, this book, you know, my book, would not exist. It started with just the weekly Bible study that Sharon and I do. I've always been kind of a history nerd and began looking at the history of the ancient Near East and how it impacted the Bible. But you know, a psychological operation, a psyop, is the term that came to mind when I was trying to figure out what to call this thing, because that is a military term for trying to change the actions of a person or people, groups of people, by changing what they believe. And you do that by putting information out for them to see on television, hear, read, whatever, and that information typically supports the point of view you want them to adopt. A psychological operation, a psyop. Now, the funny thing about it is that the U.S. military has now officially changed that term, so the psyop has now been the victim of a psyop because they don't want us to know they're messing with our minds. It's now called military information support.
Oh, wow.
But it still applies. The first psyop was in Eden when the Nakash, the serpent, told Adam and Eve, hey, if you eat this fruit, you'll be like gods. You will be as gods. Well, that changed what they believed to be true. Well, you know, God really didn't say we'd die. He was just trying to keep us from becoming like him. Aha! So that changed their behavior. They ate of the fruit, and here we are.
Wow. Well, that makes a lot of sense, too, keeping in mind what a psyop actually is and tracing that throughout biblical history, and even we can even see that in our world today. And I absolutely appreciate that you gave Mike credit for his part in it, but that also isn't to say that this is just a rehash of Mike's work or anything like that. I've read both books, and they're both unique in their own right, but I think both of them really do go hand in a lot of ways. Now, Mike, something that you've written a lot about, too, is the divine counsel. What was the divine counsel in Eden, and how does that actually change through the rest of Scripture?
Yeah, divine counsel is just sort of an academic term for heavenly hosts, you know, God and his entourage. And, you know, Eden is where God is. It's where God lives. It's God's abode, God's dwelling place. And since God runs everything, it's also headquarters. And so where God is, his counsel is as well. And this is why you get Edenic imagery that sort of is glommed on deliberately to things like the tabernacle and the temple and Sinai and Zion. It's very consistent in Scripture. So Eden is where it does begin. You know, this is where God is going to run things, again, from his house, his place of business, so to speak. When that changes in Scripture, and it does, you get either gardens or mountains, or when you get tabernacles and temples, Okay, they're decorated as though they were gardens. Okay, there's a reason for the decoration, the tabernacle and the temple that we get in Scripture. Jerusalem just happens to combine everything because it is Mount Zion, temple in Jerusalem, same set of imagery, and it really, is to take the reader's mind and the hearer's mind, the Israelites' mind, back to this place where it all began, because this is where God wanted to install humanity, make him part of the family. The divine family that already existed. We know that from Job 38. So humanity was supposed to be, from the very beginning, part of this whole operation, and to spread the goodness of God, the good rule of God, the presence of God through the whole planet. But again, as Derek was just saying, here we are. So we know how the story, kind of went downhill and where we're at from that point on.
Well, you and I have talked many times as you've been writing this book. That's something that the enemy's imitated over and over and over again on these various mountains that are their versions of the Mount of Eden. And I really quickly, can you explain why Eden's a mountain?
Yeah, Eden is called a mountain in Ezekiel 28. People are surprised by that, the mountain of God. Well, I thought it was a garden, and now it's a mountain. It's also called a garden in Ezekiel too. So it's actually both. And this is because in the ancient world, the place where gods were described as living were places that humans normally don't get to live. So in an arid agricultural society where you have subsistence living, well, the gods live in the best gardens. It's like an oasis or a paradise. Just a term for paradise.
Okay.
Mountains are where humans don't get to go. It's not like you can go to the REI and buy some mountain climbing gear. Nobody did that. It was remote. It was distant. It was where they are and we're not. It was what was being communicated in both garden, lush garden, and mountain imagery.
The thing that surprised me in reading about the history of Sumer and the way they viewed their habitations, they even referred to their cities and their temples as shining mountains, gleaming mountains. The chief god Enlil, his temple in Nippur was the house of the mountain.
Yeah, look at what they're building.
It was
their
all
buildings.
flat.
Right, you get this is where they're at, and then the temple complex, you get the ziggurat. Well,
right.
Okay, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
To mimic, to mime this idea and transmit the idea at the same time. This is divine turf. It's not your turf.
So this is something I've been curious about forever, still am, and I don't know where I fall on it, but I love hearing other people's opinions. We have the Nakash in Genesis. We also have Satan in Revelation, and we have these, and the church kind of puts it all together into one entity. Is this one entity? Is the serpent, the Nakash, Satan? Is it all
the dragon.
one? The dragon, exactly. Is it all one thing, or are these separate players in this big cosmic war?
Well, Mike has written the entries for Nephilim and Cherubim and Rephaim and many of these things for the Lexham Bible Dictionary. So you've got the expert right here. But my 2 cents, and again, drawing from a lot of what he's written and what I could find elsewhere, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Because as Mike has pointed out in his work, the Nakash is at certain points in the Old Testament used interchangeably with seraph, which is the root word for seraphim. And yet in Ezekiel, he's referred to as the anointed cherub who covers. So
Yes.
is he a cherub or is he a seraph? We don't know.
Yeah.
Or were there two divine rebels in Eden?
Right.
I mean, was he originally tasked with guarding the tree of life, and is that why knowledge of good and evil? And to be honest with you, I'm not sure.
What about you, Mike?
I can't sit here and claim to be sure about everything. I take a more utilitarian view.
Write that down, people. Like Heiser, not sure about everything.
I take a more utilitarian view of the vocabulary. To me, it is referring to the same rebel. The rebel is the term I prefer, where you have originally, before the rebellion, he was a throne guardian. Again, he's part of the council, part of the inner circle, directly right there with the presence of God. You have the reason why I think a lot of the terminology changes is because of the situation that is involved with writing whatever text it is. Seraph is one of the Egyptian terms for a divine throne guardian. Yes, it's serpentine in appearance in Egyptian iconography. Karibu, cherub, cherubim, all these terms, that's the Akkadian term for the same office.
Okay.
Okay, Nakash isn't an office. Nakash, again, is sort of descriptive of either characteristics, character traits. As I point out in Unseen Realm, Nakash If it's a noun, if that's the way we're supposed to read it, well, then it's serpent. It's a no-brainer. But it could also be a verb form, specifically a participle. It means the shining one. Okay, it could be, also the one who dispenses divine information, in a divinatory sense. Well, he certainly does that too. So a Hebrew, an ancient, reader would have read the term and could have possibly thought about all three of those things. So you can have, you can have the same entity going from one station, entering in a rebellion, and then he becomes characterized by this or that. And that's typically the way it's been read historically. I mean, what Derek's referring to, you can find in Jewish traditions, for instance, wondering, about the vocabulary, is it one or two, or what's going on here? You can find that in Second Temple literature. That's not the direction I go, but you can certainly find that.
Well, it brings up something too, because usually in the church we hear the term angel and think that just kind of applies to everything except God, But but more accurately, angel seems to just be more like a job. Now, these other terms, like we have seraphim, cherubim, are they like that, where it's just descriptive of a job, or is it an actual race of angel?
So that my view is that these are job descriptions. They're not ontological terms.
So any angel could be a cherubim or a seraphim,
right.
depending
what's your task. In other words, these are terms that describe tasks, and any given divine being could be, appointed, to a particular task. Hey, go take this message over there. And okay.
So
I'm a malach at that point. I'm a messenger.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That actually helps kind of classify where each of these things are, and maybe that's why the Nakash thing, the seraph and the cherub,
That the situation does change when you get to the Hellenistic period, where everybody's doing Greek. You instead of these are all Semitic terms we've been talking about. When you get to the Hellenistic period, the tendency is, it's not always consistent, but the tendency is to use angelos, angel, for a divine good guy. It's not always consistent, because you have the devil and his angels too,
right?
In the New Testament. But again, just a generalization. And then you have another very flexible generic term, daimonion, and it's in the plural in the New Testament for the divine bad guys. Okay, these are Greek terms. Again, you get more nuancing if you get more ancient in the Semitic world. The vocabulary is a little bit different there. So you get this sort of grouping, later on, and that's sort of what the church transmits to people. Kind of, it's that Old Testament thing. We don't need to worry about that. Let's not have our thinking muddled by 3/4 of our Bible.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not do that. So we tend to transmit the most general sort of information to people.
Yeah.
The thing that I thought really interesting in reading and studying on the cherubim is that they were sort of the gold standard for throne guardians in the ancient Near East. They were appropriated by human kings to copy what belonged to God.
Oh, wow.
Again, ye shall be as gods.
We're going to have to stop you, because the word copy, I think, is going to have to lead us into the next section.
Yes.
Because I want to know the copy of the divine council.
Yes, that, and also, what are the stones of fire? We'll be talking about this and more when we return, but we want to let you know how you can get a hold of these two fantastic books. So stay with us. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. We actually have a lot of web-exclusive programs that you might want to check out. I host a show called Into the Multiverse.
Don't watch that.
yeah. She says that, but Sharon Gilbert also hosts alongside Derek Gilbert Sci Friday. If you like science and its role in Bible, even Bible prophecy, check out Sci Friday. You'll love it. That's on YouTube. Also check us out on Roku, and there's just plenty of other areas online that people can check us out. So for all those, go to skywatchtv.com. All right, I want to jump right back into this. Now, Sharon, before the break, you had a question.
I had a question about the copy of the Divine Council Mountain. You have given a number of talks where you mention mountain after mountain after mountain and how they are copies of it. Can you just explain that briefly?
Just very briefly, the enemy is always trying to emulate what God has done. As Mike pointed out, the ziggurats in ancient Mesopotamia was the attempt by people who lived in an alluvial plain, it's sand, no mountains, to create their own divine mountains. But Mount Hermon in particular, and I know we'll get into that in a future program, but very quickly, a scholar of Near Eastern history and cosmology, Edward Lipinski, wrote a paper about 40 years ago in which he pointed out that even as far back as the old Babylonian period, so we're talking the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Mount Hermon was thought to be the secret home of the gods, the secret home of the Anunnaki, the Sumerian name for the gods. This is part of the Epic of Gilgamesh, found from tablets from Old Babylon. But even in the newer version of that epic found at Nineveh, about 1,000 years younger, again, it identifies the Cedar Mountain, Lebanon, Mount Hermon, as being the home of the gods. And as Mike has pointed out, there is a belief amongst the Canaanites that El, who was the chief Canaanite god, and of course borrowing the name that Yahweh used to identify himself to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, lived on a mountain with 70 sons of El. So again, it was attempting to co-opt the concept of the cosmic mountain, the mount of congregation, the mount of the assembly, and again, a psyop, convince the neighbors of ancient Israel that the real mount of assembly is this one here, or this one over there, or possibly this one over here. And today in the modern world, there are all mountains all over the planet that are considered sacred by various people.
Yeah, very true. And this brings up another point in Scripture that I've always been curious about, and there's a lot of different ideas about what it means. The stones of fire that God says Satan walked among in Eden. What do you both think the stones of fire are?
It can really be two things. And what I'm going to say here is essentially drawn from 1st Enoch 17, 18, 19, those chapters there. Stones of fire in those chapters are used. It's an idea that either refers to the place of the divine council. So in those chapters, we get references to fiery mountains that link back into Old Testament divine council place language. Or it could refer to the members of the divine council.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so you actually have, again, in those chapters, you have, this connects back to the Old Testament thinking that divine beings were stars, and the stars were divine beings, that whole thing. And they shine, so they must be fiery, they must be on fire. And so you get this kind of language in these chapters of Enoch describing members of the divine council as, fiery stars, fiery mountains even. So since you get both, the question is, well, how do we, what are they thinking about Ezekiel, and what does this tell us about Ezekiel and how we might read it? Because again, all of that links back into older material, Old Testament, ancient Near Eastern. The short answer is we don't really know intelligently how to pick. You'll walk among the stones of the fire. Does that mean you'll still be in the divine council, or does that mean you'll still be a member of the divine council? Well, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of another. So it doesn't really matter in terms of precision, but those are your options as far as what ancient texts that are relevant to the Bible anyway.
I'm really glad you asked that
us.
question, because you have said, Derek talked to me about this before. Didn't you make a statement that there is a passage to support in Tartarus, or one part of hell, that there are 7 burning mountains down there?
And First Enoch mentions
and that's part of the chapter. The whole thing about the bad place, again, is
Whatever
part
you
of
call it.
is part of the divine world. In other words, it's not part of the human world. Again, you have to start trying to think like an ancient person, which it can be difficult. But we still talk about, we use phrases like Passover. Okay, you enter into the afterlife, whether it's good or bad, and it has its own geography that doesn't really have literal latitude and longitude, but it has its geography.
It's an unseen realm.
Right, it's an unseen realm. So over there, that's part of the divine world, and divine beings run it. They're in charge of it, and so you get the language there too.
That's something that I've been curious about too. What is the connection between stars and angels in Scripture? Because there's even there's even places in Revelation where Jesus says to write to the angels of the churches. But is that just church leaders? Are they literal angels? And what is the connection with stars that we see so often?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, they're mentioned as stars in the book of Job. When God laid the foundations of the universe, the morning stars sang together. All the sons of God shouted for joy. Psalm 104, God makes his messengers winds, his ministers a flaming fire. in the word seraphim, now correct me if I'm wrong, but seraphim in a more literal sense or almost literal sense means burning ones?
Yeah, it's a homonym, homograph, for burning one or serpent. Again, isn't that interesting? I mean, you have two homographs there.
Yeah.
And for those who may not remember from grammar school, in English in high school, what a homograph is, you have words spelled exactly the same way, but they're distinct terms. And Hebrew has those just like any other language, just like English does. And so in Egyptian, okay, the same set of sounds, again, over in Hebrew, can be either a serpent or burning. Same thing in Egypt. You get this, this sort of twin, wordplay thing going on. But that we can sit here as academics and say, oh, yeah, I wonder, which one was in the head of the writer at any given point. Well, chances are to the readers it really didn't matter. Because they were associated with the same place and the same things.
Beings of fire and light, essentially, represent and the writers of the Bible, the prophets and apostles, just writing it down the best way they know how. But again, the psyop, we're warned by the Apostle Paul that even Satan can appear as an angel of light.
Right.
So we have this Hollywood concept that the enemy always appears as something hideous, looking like an evil, twisted version of a monster snake. But in fact, they're more likely to look like a very appealing person, something, someone very beautiful, very appealing. And that's what makes evil so insidious, because it doesn't look like what we expect. It's a psyop.
Yeah, even academics will often distinguish between divine beings and quasi-divine creaturely things.
Okay.
And what we think of as, again, you're the serpent or Satan or somebody like that, just with what Paul's talking about, is not the creaturely. I mean, you get references to the dragon and whatnot, and because that takes our minds back to Genesis 3 and that whole story. But typically, a divine being the characteristic is luminescence, it's brilliance, because we don't look like that.
Right.
Okay, it's a sense of grandeur and wonder that dictate the vocabulary with how these beings are described. So it's usually not this gnarly, twisted, good grief, I never want to look at that again kind of thing.
We are going to have to continue that in the next program.
Yes, indeed. We are all out of time. So as we said at the top of the program, we are engaged in a war, and we've just barely scratched the surface of who some of these players are. Make sure to join us next week as we'll continue our conversation and bring this into the Watchers and Enoch, see what we can discover there. So all that being said, keep watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV. What is the modern church not telling us about angels and giants? Also, to our regular viewers of Skywatch TV, do you think that you know everything that has been written on giants? Well, this episode will prove that wrong. Introducing my panel from left to my further left, starting with Sharon K. Gilbert, one of the hosts of the excellent program, Sci Friday.
Hi, Josh.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing fine.
And also host of Sci Friday and host of the regular Skywatch TV program, who I'm trying to fill some big shoes here. We have Derek P. Gilbert, author of, I just want to make sure that I get your subtitle right here, Satan's Psyops, From Eden to Armageddon, but the main title, The Great Inception.
Thank you.
Yes, excellent book. So good to have you.
It's weird being in this chair.
I imagine it is. It's not so much for me because this is where I sit for Multiverse, but it's.
He's slowly going to take over your job, though. That's his
I'm
plan.
working on it. I got a little
doing
plan
fine.
here. Yeah. And then, of course, Michael Heiser, Dr. Michael Heiser, author of Reversing Hermon, Enoch, the Watchers, and the Forgotten Mission of Jesus Christ. It is a pleasure to have you on the program again. All right. Well, angels and giants, specifically the Watchers. Now, Mike, I want to ask you first, concerning the sin of the Watchers, why is the book of Enoch actually so important to this, and why has most of the church shied away from it? Many Christians are uncomfortable with the book of Enoch.
Yeah, boy, I could go a long time on this. And of course, I do in the book. I think the short version is that Enoch is important because New Testament writers very evidently read it. And it helped inform their thinking in terms of what they wrote. Now, that might sound really scary, to some Christians, but think of it this way. If I read John Calvin's Institutes and his commentary on Romans, and then I was going to do a series, sermons on Romans, or write my own commentary on Romans, it would be really hard to not have John Calvin in my head.
Right.
Okay, it doesn't mean I'm plagiarizing him, doesn't mean that I'm going to pretend I'm John Calvin. It just means that it gets stuck in your head, and it's in a helpful way. And it's the same thing with New Testament writers. They very evidently read, the Book of Enoch, what we refer to as the Book of Enoch, and it does help them make certain points, specifically in this area with angels and the abyss and giants and all this sort of stuff. It helped them put down their thoughts under inspiration that we have. So just by definition, that's what makes it important.
There's a difference between the Nephilim, which is a term that most of the audience is familiar with, and the Rephaim. And you actually go into that quite a bit in your book, too. What's the difference there? What are we looking at?
Well, actually, I think there's a strong link between the two. And the link between, I think in a broader sense, between Greek mythology and the Bible is a lot stronger than what we ever knew. And this is something that surprised me when I started digging into it. We know that the Nephilim were the giants who lived during the pre-flood days. Genesis 6, verse 4 tells us the angels who kept not their first estate, as they're called by Jude and Peter and 2 Peter, committed this sin by taking women and creating these giants, the Nephilim. In the Bible, the Rephaim, and again, this is the man who's written the dictionary entry on that term, typically referred to the dead, but often in the Bible, there's a sense that they're referring to the dead warrior kings of old. So you get a sense that these are like the heroes of yesteryear, the men of renown, which is what the Nephilim are called in Genesis 6. The only real notable case where they refer to a living being is Og, the king of Bashan, that the Israelites encountered during the Exodus. He's called the last of the Rephaim. But there were other groups that were identified as Rephaim that were pushed out of the way by God for the Ammonites, the Moabites, and the Edomites, the cousins, basically, of the Israelites. Moab and Ammon being descendants of Lot, Abraham's nephew. Edom, of course, being the brother of Jacob and the founder of the country of Edom. But about 20 years ago, a scholar named Amar Anus, who's written an excellent paper that Mike turned me onto, and I mentioned it to you, I'm sure, on the Mesopotamian origins of the Watchers, how the Mesopotamians knew who the Watchers were. This was a paper titled, Are There Greek Rephaim? And it was a study on the etymology of a couple of terms in Greek, one of them being meropes, anthropoi, meropes. These were terms used by the Greek poet Hesiod in his works Theogony and Works and Days. Those are the two works from which we get a lot of what we know about Greek mythology. And we think of it, mythology, these are just stories. No, that was their religion.
Yeah.
Okay? They took it just as seriously as the Jews took theirs, and all the other people in the ancient Near East took their religion. This is their religion.
Yeah.
Anus argues that the root term for meropes is the Semitic root, anglicized as RPI, which is the same root from which we get the word Rephaim. Now, the meropes anthropoi was a term used to describe men who lived during a golden age that was ruled over by Kronos. Kronos was the king of the Titans. Titans were the second generation gods who ruled the world before Zeus and the Olympians rose up and overthrew them. And then Zeus punished them by sending them to Tartarus. Well, in 2 Peter, talks about the angels who sinned, the Watchers, and how do you pronounce that word? Tartarao?
Yeah, tartarao.
Tartarao.
The verb form, yeah.
Which is the only place in the New Testament that verb is used.
Yeah,
So that brings up a
it's
question.
not a mystery.
Thrust down to Tartarus. Now,
Why did he choose to use that word if we're supposed to just think of the Bible as just this inclusive thing?
Exactly right. Tartarus to the Greeks was as far below Hades, hell, as the earth is below heaven. It is a separate place. It is the place for especially gods who are on double secret probation. That's where they were put. So you've got a link there in the biblical text between the Watchers and the Titans. You also have a link, according to Anus, with this link between the Rephaim and these men who lived during the Golden Age ruled by the Titans, which would be the Nephilim. So we can at least theorize, and this isn't a theological point, a hill that I'll die on, but it seems to me if we accept the thesis that the Greeks really got a lot of what they put into their religion from the Semitic people of the Levant, and they got it from Mesopotamia. I mean, you can trace it all the way back to ancient Sumer.
Wow.
I think you can draw make a very good case that the Titans were the Watchers, and the Nephilim of the Bible were the Rephaim. The Rephaim were the spirits of the dead Nephilim. Now here's the thing that really blew my mind.
Yeah.
In Ugarit, which is a city-state on the coast of Syria, the Mediterranean coast, the 14th century BC, 13th century BC, there was a king named Amurapi. He was Amurapi III. He didn't know it, but when he took the throne, he was going to be the last king of Ugarit. This was right before what scholars call the Bronze Age collapse. The Sea Peoples were rampaging through the ancient Near East and destroying all of these kingdoms, and Ugarit was one of them, was about to go. About 30 years ago, scholars found a tablet that they have translated, and it's a ritual, basically. And during this ritual, and scholars don't agree on this, so again, I'm not going to stake my reputation on saying I know for sure what this means. Some say, yeah, this is a summoning ritual. Others say, no, they were honoring their dead ancestors, not worshiping them. But during the ritual, it is clear that as part of the coronation ritual, the two previous kings of Ugarit are summoned. The Rephaim are summoned. We summon you, O Rephaim. And then they summon a group that's called the Council of the Dedanu. The Dedanu. What are they? Scholars know, but it never gets into the churches. This was a tribe that belonged to the people called the Amorites. The Amorites, to whom God ascribed some special significance when he told Abraham in Genesis 15, your descendants will return from Egypt in the fourth generation because the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet. What's the deal with the Amorites? The Amorite kings of Ugarit, the Amorite kings of ancient Assyria, and the Amorite kings of Babylon. Because the Amorites founded Babylon. Babylon was a nothing state. It was an insignificant village until the Amorites took it over around the 18th, 19th century BC. They all traced their ancestry back to an ancestor named Dedan, from whom apparently came this tribe called the Tidanu or the Dedanu. They had a reputation of being fearsome warriors, warrior kings. In fact, the last kings of Sumer, the last Sumerian kings in Mesopotamia, who were wiped out around the year 2000 BC, were so afraid of these guys, they built a wall that stretched from the Euphrates River to the Tigris River to another river called the Diyala that stretches northeast from Baghdad. And they named it the Amorite Wall, which keeps Detanu away.
Oh, wow.
It didn't work. It was destroyed. It was sacked. The Sumerian kings fell. The Amorites took over, founded Babylon, which is a byword for wickedness, spiritual wickedness to this day. But the thing that Amar Anus connected in this paper that blew my mind was that he argues that the root word from which the Greeks got the name Titans is Detanu, the Amorite tribe Detanu. So what we have, in my opinion, and again, I'm not a scholar, but in my opinion, this ritual at Ugarit is a summoning of the council of the Titans to bless the new king.
And we see the term Dedan in the Bible.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that.
One of the nephews of Nimrod.
Right.
Coincidence?
No.
Well,
No.
yeah, again, I don't know, because now, were they actually summoning these beings? No, I don't think so. Again, I think this is psyop. This is people who've been convinced by these fallen entities that if you do this, you will get power. The enemy doesn't care what we believe as long as it's not the one thing that's true, which is the only way to the Father is through Jesus Christ. Now, this is Old Testament times, so Jesus had not yet appeared. But again, it was convincing the Amorites and their descendants that through these through these workings, these rituals, that's how you get power on earth, rather than through faith in the one true God, Yahweh.
We're going to have to go to a break in a
Yep,
minute, but when we come back, I want to talk about reversing Hermon and how that gets into the Watchers.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. What is the meaning behind the title, Reversing Hermon? And why is more on why the book of Enoch is so important, but how to parse it out with the rest of the Bible. So all that and more after this. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I am your stand-in host, Josh Peck. There's a lot of web-only content that if you enjoy the show, that you'll love these as well. I, of course, host Into the Multiverse, but there's also Sci Friday, hosted by Sharon K. Gilbert and Derek P. Gilbert. And it's a fantastic show if you like science and Bible prophecy, things like that. Where we are today and how science is advancing certain things that are to come, then you'll enjoy those. And there's also upcoming programs. We're going to have Skywatch Women, The Awakening, hosted by Joe Artis Horn. We're going to have a lot of cool stuff.
We also have the daily updates.
Daily updates. For links to everything, go to skywatchtv.com. So I want to jump right back into this. Reversing Hermon is your the title of your book. Where does that name come from, and how does the Book of Enoch really define what all this is about?
Yeah, that question actually dovetails with your previous question to me about why Enoch is important, which also dovetails with what you were just talking about. Because Enoch is a book in the Second Temple period, this is what we call the intertestamental period, that preserves a number of things about, Babylon, about the Titans, about all of this stuff, and actually links it back directly to Mesopotamian material, Mesopotamian literature, specifically the tale of the Apkallu, which are inseparable from Babylonian religion because this is the era of Marduk, and Marduk is the one who punishes them. I mean, all of these things are interconnected. I like to call it's a matrix of ideas. Okay. And the story of the Apkallu, which is really where this starts, at least in terms of my book, the trajectory that it follows, that gives us the explanation for why we have Genesis 6:1-4 in the Bible in the first place. Because it seems like such an odd thing to mention sons of God, daughters of men, Nephilim.
And especially mentioning such a small amount of it.
Right. you get this sort of, to us, cryptic reference. Well, to them, it would not have been cryptic. To a literate Israelite or a literate Second Temple reader, they know exactly what's going on here. We've just sort of lost that in the church, and frankly, the church has, I'll use the word suppressed, a lot of what's going on here. Well, the story of the Apkallu, in brief form, is that you have, prior to the flood, these beings called Apkallu. They're 100% divine prior to the flood. And again, Anus is the guy who has ferreted out a lot of the primary data on this in the Mesopotamian cuneiform material. They are the ones who civilize humanity. So they're viewed as culture heroes to the Babylonians. Well, there are some gods, the higher-ups, don't really like humans because they make a lot of noise and a lot of ruckus. And so they come up with this idea, we need to destroy humanity with a flood. Well, the Apkallu are kind of appalled, by this. They don't want to go along with this because they have a different view. And so the question before them is, how do we preserve the knowledge that we've given humanity, to bring it through this period, this judgment that's going to happen. And so you have the story of the flood, the Mesopotamian version. Well, in their version, the story of the Apkallu, after the flood, when the kings are listed, they have an Apkallu assisting them, but there the Apkallu are not 100% divine. They are percentage. The rest of them are human. They're hybrids. We like to use this word hybrid here. And this is hybrid not in sort of a goofy sense, but this is what the Mesopotamians are actually describing. That they mated with human beings, and this is the result. But it's a good thing to them because they preserve human civilization again. Marduk is upset that they did this and punishes them, sends them to the abyss. The Apkallu are referred to, as Gilgamesh is one of them. Gilgamesh is Lord of the Apkallu on a cylinder seal. He's also a giant.
Right. And he's a hybrid too.
Right.
Yeah.
You have he's this 2/3, 1/3 mix. So you have this whole backstory that isn't given to us in the Old Testament, but the Book of Enoch has all that stuff. What it shows you is that Enoch and Enochian material, like the Book of the Giants from the Dead Sea Scrolls, understood the original context for Genesis 6:1-4 and preserved it in the way the story was told. And when Peter and Jude and other New Testament writers are reading that material, it leaks into the New Testament. This is why you have Peter's reference, again, to the abyss, to Tartarus. Okay? And in the Greco-Roman world, that's the world you would pick to link with Greek readers who don't know all this Semitic stuff. Okay? This is by design, it's deliberate, it's intentional, and it preserves the original context of your Old Testament in this case, in these 4 verses.
Wow. Now, do you think, Derek, that the Babylonian version of the whole flood story, that, people were too noisy, God didn't like it, could that be considered as a psyop?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because it takes the story and it reverses the responsibility for the flood. In the Bible, we know that it was because the corruption of humanity was nearly complete. The Watchers and the Nephilim had corrupted humanity to such a point that God said, we need a reset.
Yeah.
We need to start over. We've got this one family here that I can trust. And that through this family, we're going to rebuild the world. The the Mesopotamians believed that it was because their chief god, who would be their closest equivalent to Yahweh, Enlil, was upset because he couldn't sleep. And, in the Bible, going back to creation, God created humanity for his pleasure.
Sure.
He wanted to create, mankind, and he called it good. In the the Mesopotamian story, humans were created to serve as slaves because the gods didn't want to have to work. So
Nice guys.
Exactly. This is why we got to work so hard. These gods don't want to. They're too lazy to get off their duffs, and so we have to do all this work for them. And then, because of the noise, Enlil decides he's going to commit genocide. Well, the crafty god, the Promethean character, if you will, Enki, whose temple was at the city of Eridu, and it was the abyss. Basically, it was the Iabzu. The house of the abyss. It was the house above the fresh waters of the Tigris and Euphrates that were essential to life in Mesopotamia. He didn't want to disobey the chief god Enlil because that could be dangerous, but he walked up beside a wall where the Noah character, Utnapishtim, Atrahasis in another version, the Akkadian, I believe. Anyway, he basically says, "Oh, wall, there's a big flood coming. If I were you, I'd build a boat and get on it and take."
So he's not technically.
Right.
No, not technically breaking the law.
And so when the flood comes, Utnapishtim and his family are saved. And Enlil, of course, is furious, but Utnapishtim is so, thankful to the gods that he relents, and humans are allowed to live on after all. Enki, of course, is the closest thing you'll find in Mesopotamian cosmology to Satan, the Prometheus character. He's the one who created the Apkallu and sent them forth to bring the gifts of civilization to mankind, like Prometheus with fire.
Right.
So they can be his gods.
Right, exactly,
yes.
exactly.
Wow.
And
So
according-
I'm sorry.
So again, it takes the whole thing and turns it on its head. Humans weren't. The flood didn't come because humans were evil, as in the Bible. The flood came because the chief god, is evil.
So if we're going to reverse all this and restore mankind to the divine counsel, your book, Reversing Hermon, mentions what, again, I think it's groundbreaking information that the church
Absolutely.
is simply not getting, that Jesus came for more than just to die for our sins.
Right. If you were a literate Jew, you're reading this material, you're reading your New Testament closely, you know where the ideas come from, you're reading your Old Testament, you know where the ideas come from in part because it's preserved in Second Temple material. If you are a close reader, you as a Jew would expect as part of your messianic profile, what's the Messiah going to be like and what's he supposed to do? Okay. Part of that is going to be reversing this whole series of transgressions that corrupted humanity. When I like to put it this way, and I do in the book, and when I'm out lecturing, it's like if you ask the average Christian, hey, why is the world messed up? Why is it so bad? The answer you're going to get is the fall. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But there's a problem with that. If you ask the same question to a Jew of Jesus' day, that's not the answer you would get. That's one of three things they would point to. There'd be the fall, there'd be Genesis 6 because of the stuff we're talking about, the transgression of the Watchers, corrupting humanity, and then there's the whole incident with Babel. The Deuteronomy 32 worldview I talk about in the unseen realm. Those are the three reasons why the world is just so messed up. And so the Messiah is supposed to reverse all of them. Not just provide redemption and a solution, for death, the resurrection. Not just take care of the fall, but he's supposed to take care of what happened, the transgression in Genesis 6, and he's supposed to heal the nations. Now, you get the first one all the time in church. You might run into the third one a little bit if someone bothers to preach the prophets.
Right.
Nobody ever gets the second one.
That's true, and I've never seen a book written about it, and it's such an important part of Jesus' ministry. We only have about a minute left, and this is probably a huge question for such a short amount of time, but I wanted to ask both of you.
What's your favorite color?
Yeah. Why should or shouldn't the book of Enoch be in the Bible, be canonical?
I don't think it is canonical. I actually say the question doesn't matter. Right. Because New Testament and Old Testament writers quote all sorts of stuff. They quote the Baal cycle in the Old Testament. Do we think that's inspired? Well, no, of course not. But it doesn't matter, because if they read it, we should read it so that we can read what they did put in the Bible more intelligently. In other words, we'll be able to follow the path they want us to follow. We'll be able to understand what they were trying to communicate. So I don't have any dog in the fight of Enoch being in the canon. I don't think it is. But again, my position is it doesn't matter. Just read it so that you can understand your Bible better.
Gives you an appropriate frame of reference
Right.
to understand. Yeah.
What he said.
What he said.
Ditto.
Well, that works because we are all out of time. These episodes go by so fast, but stay tuned because we still have a couple future episodes with Derek and Mike and, of course, Sharon and myself. So keep watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV. God and the gods. Who are they and what's the difference? Something else that our modern church doesn't tell us, but we're going to be talking today about this on Skywatch TV. Joining me in studio from my left to my further left, we have Sharon K. Gilbert, host of Sci Friday.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, honey.
And then
Doesn't work, does it?
Sharon's husband, sitting right next to her.
She misplaced him.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie pie.
Thank you, love.
Derek P. Gilbert, author of The Great Inception, Satan's Psyops from Eden to Armageddon. Fantastic book. It is great to have you in studio.
Thank you.
And, of course, we have Michael Heiser, Dr. Michael Heiser. And
Well,
make
I'll
sure
say
to get
hi, honey, to him.
Yeah. I actually think I did that to you once in a multiverse episode. But author of Reversing Hermon, Enoch, the Watchers, and the Forgotten Mission of Jesus Christ. Well, it is fantastic to have all of you back again. The gods and God. There's actually a difference here, and a lot of the church is uncomfortable with the word gods because it seems like we're talking about a pantheon. Well, Derek, I'll start with you. With this idea of multiple gods or a single god, how is the idea of holy mountains actually important to understanding this war between Yahweh and these other beings that the Bible calls gods?
It seems that, backing up just a step, when we talked about in a previous program, the significance of the cosmic mountain or the holy mountain, the mount of assembly, the mount of the congregation, that since the very earliest days of humanity, we've always considered mountains to be sacred. And as Mike pointed out in that program, it's because that was the remote, pristine locations where humans didn't live, and especially from the early civilizations in the semi-arid, somewhat desert region of Mesopotamia, the mountains seem to be nice and watered and lush, and, because the gods are gods, they get all the best stuff. But I think there's more to it than that. I think it's more than just saying, gosh, wouldn't it be nice if we could live there like the gods do? I think there's a memory, and this is, me speculating.
Sure.
But I think there's a memory that at one time humanity walked with God, as the Bible tells us. And so there's a memory there that there is a holy mountain. In fact, Ezekiel 28 calls Eden the holy mountain of God.
Right.
And there's a lot of ink in the Bible, if we care to look for it, talking about a day when God will rule from his holy mountain, talking about Zion. The enemy, and this is the reason for the subtitle of my book, wants to confuse the issue. They keep throwing information out at us, like a military operation, to get us to change what we believe by feeding us information that sounds right, but is wrong. And so there are holy mountains all over the planet. Now, in my book, I only dealt with the ones that relate to the people mentioned in the Bible, the holy mountains mentioned in the Bible. And so we've got Mount Zaphon, which is Jabal al-Aqra. That's on the Turkish border with Syria on the Mediterranean coast. That was known in the ancient world as the place where Baal's palace was located. That was his mount of assembly, his mount of congregation. Mount Hermon, which we talked about in the previous episode, which is where the Watchers came down. But there is also evidence that the ancient world believed that was where El, the chief Canaanite deity, he was to Baal what Yahweh essentially is to Jesus. That's where he had his mount of assembly with his 70 sons. There, of course, was the artificial mountain, Babel. And the one that's not mentioned in the Bible, but one that's arguably the most impactful on our world today, was Jabal al-Nur, which is the Mount of Enlightenment near Mecca, where Muhammad received his so-called revelation from something that called itself Gabriel.
Wow.
But of course gave him a different gospel.
Yeah.
But it's always seems to center, key events always seem to center around holy mountains.
While you're talking about that, you have given in your talks what I think is an amazing reference, and if you're trying to find a way to get your kids interested in the truth of the Bible, tell them about the smackdown between Yahweh and Hercules.
Yeah.
This is one, and Mount Carmel is a mountain that I missed in my original presentation, and Sharon said, honey, showing again why my dad always told me, son, you married up. Mount Carmel was considered a holy mountain for a long time. This is on the Mediterranean coast. As far back as 16th century BC, 15th century BC, the Egyptian pharaoh Thutmose III made reference to a holy headland, referring to Mount Carmel. There had been, by the time of the prophet Elijah, an altar to Yahweh that had been knocked down and replaced by an altar to Baal. Well, we all know the story from Sunday school, where Elijah was on the run. Ahab and Jezebel were searching for him everywhere, couldn't find him. He finally presents himself after 3 years of no rain in Israel. There was a severe drought. In fact, Ahab even says, look, let's scrounge around. Maybe we can find enough stuff to feed the animals. Even the king was having trouble feeding the horses.
Right.
Which is kind of important because they're pulling the chariots that lead the men to war that protect the kingdom. Elijah presents himself, said, call the prophets of Baal to Mount Carmel. Let's have a showdown. And so, now bear in mind that Baal, in Canaanite theology, was the god of storms, but he was the god of life-giving rain, necessary to water the crops, necessary to bring fresh water for people and animals and so forth. 3 years, no rain in Israel. Yahweh saying, you have no power here. Okay, there was a reason there was a drought leading up to this confrontation. It wasn't coincidental. God had a reason, just like there's a reason for everything in the Bible. There was a reason that 3 years of drought preceded this showdown. So they went up to the mountain. The prophets of Baal sacrificed their bull, and they danced around. They cut themselves. They bled. Nothing happened. No one listened. No one answered, the scripture says. It's really a pathetic sight.
Yeah.
And kind of frightening when you think about it in terms of some of the pictures we see in the news today of the Shia Muslims on their annual Ashura festival, where they cut themselves with knives and bleed.
Yeah.
That's what the prophets of Baal were doing.
They furrowed their chests. It wasn't just a little bitty cat.
There's a reference in Canaanite cosmology where El, the chief god, is grieving. This is when Baal dies and then is resurrected. He's grieving that he furrows his chest. So this is not something that's unusual in their cosmology, but nothing happens. Okay, so then Elijah says, okay, he rebuilds the altar to Yahweh, sacrifices the bull, and then, again, remember, after 3 years of drought, sends guys down to the river Kishon and says, bring up some water. Dump 4 big pitchers of water. Do it again. Do it again. 4 times 3, 12, one for each of the 12 tribes of Israel.
After 3 years
and
of
again,
drought.
After 3 years of drought, pouring water on this altar and filling a trench around the altar, and then says, oh God, show them that you are the... Boom! Now, we normally hear about fire coming from heaven, and every artistic representation I've seen, it looks like a holy flamethrower. But I think more likely it was the weapon of the storm god Baal, a lightning bolt.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which I think is consistent with the text. And it would make sense that Yahweh is demonstrating to the people of Israel, who immediately said, Yahweh is Lord, Yahweh is... that he was wielding the weapon that Baal was powerless to wield. And that was the reason for doing it exactly that way. But the kicker to this story, as Paul Harvey used to say, the rest of the story, historically, the kingdom of Tyre, which is where Jezebel came from, by that point in history, had replaced the worship of Baal with the worship of a god called Melkart, which just in Canaanite means god of the city. Melkart was introduced to Tyre by Hiram, who lived during the time of Solomon, helped build the temple. Melkart was just the Phoenician name for Heracles.
Oh, wow.
Hercules. So there's a very good chance that these prophets of Baal, which just means Lord, just as we say Lord instead of Yahweh, was actually Melkart. So it's very possible that these 450 prophets who met their doom on Mount Carmel were worshiping Hercules.
Wow. That's mind-blowing stuff.
And
And
you
then,
won't see that in the Disney cartoon.
yeah, you
No,
never see
you
that,
will
and you
not.
don't even see it in the church because a lot of the churches, they don't deal in ancient history like this. Now, something else that that also you don't hear in the church is about multiple gods. Because of course we worship one God. There is no other God besides Yahweh and all that. But how do we parse this out with there being other gods and even these gods mentioned in the Bible?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the earlier book, Unseen Realm, on this issue, and a lot of time on the web as well. The key passage, would be Psalm 82, at least for the plurality question, where you have Elohim, Nitzav Ba'adat-El, God, Elohim, stands in the midst of the divine council. Has to be singular Elohim there because of the grammar. It's a singular participle. Sorry for the grammar spasm there. But then there's the second half of the verse is B'kerev Elohim Yishpot. In the midst of the Elohim, he passes judgment. So you have in the midst of, you have a group. Mm-hmm. So you have plural Elohim there. You get down to verse 6, it's plural language again. All the pronouns. I said you are sons of the Most High, sons, plural. All of you, gods, so on and so forth. So, you look at this and you say, well, how do we parse this? And the key is, when we see the letters G-O-D, okay, our brain, just because of the way we're taught, either in church or just, in Western civilization, we're taught to sort of assign a specific set of attributes to the letters G, O, and D. That's why when you put an S on it, it creeps people out. Mm-hmm. That is not the way biblical writers thought when they used the word Elohim. You say, well, how do we know, Mike? How do we know? Well, if you actually do something boring, like look up all the occurrences of Elohim, all 2,000 some of them, and actually look at them. What you have is Elohim is actually used of half a dozen different entities besides the God of Israel. That alone tells you that the term does not speak of a unique set of attributes. Okay, so we have to dispense with that, and it's hard because that's the way we're taught. Elohim is just a term that meant spiritual being, a spirit being. Now, Yahweh is an Elohim, but no other Elohim is Yahweh. Yahweh is distinguished in other passages by attributes. Okay, that's when you do get attributes talked about. Sovereignty, omnipotence, omniscience, all these things that we're taught, they're correct, but they're not linked to one particular word. Now, some of those other gods show up in Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9. And this is where you get the gods over the nations thing. The Old Testament explanation for why other countries have pantheons. Well, it's because of judgment. Deuteronomy 32, look it up in the ESV because the ESV uses the Dead Sea Scrolls and translates the Dead Sea Scrolls in this verse, verse 8. When the Most High divided up the nations, he divided them up according to the number of the sons of God. But Israel, verse 9, is Yahweh's portion. Jacob is his allotted inheritance. And I do this in the book. I do it online. If you trace through that language of heavenly hosts, terms like Elohim, through Deuteronomy, you find out that what's going on here is God telling us that, look, back at Babel, when I related to humanity as a mass, that was what the relationship was like, and we were okay with that. We came out of the flood. I said, now go disperse the earth because it's the whole Edenic plan again. He repeats the Edenic covenant. Go make everywhere else in the world like this, all that. But they don't do it. And so God says, fine. Okay, I'm done with you. I'm going to divorce you. I'm going to disinherit you. I'm going to sever the relationship. I'm going to assign you to other gods. They're going to be placeholders. Now, Paul in Acts 17 has an inkling that this is somehow related to having the nations return to the true God because he refers to when the Most High allotted all the boundaries, that was somehow going to bring them back to Jesus, or that was the plan. Or he gets this from the Old Testament. So you have gods who are called Shadim. We didn't get to Shadim in our earlier discussions in Deuteronomy 32:17. Translated demons, but that's a guardian entity. It's actually another job description. It's a term for a guardian. And that makes perfect sense. They're the guardians of their nations now. They're supposed to direct people according to the just laws of the true God, but they don't do that. And they're condemned in Psalm 82 for being corrupt, for causing chaos on the earth. And for seducing Israel. So there's a clear difference between the Most High and them, and they are in rebellion now.
We need to go to a break, but
Yes.
after we come back, can we talk about that and how it relates to Babel?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have just barely scratched the surface yet again. More on this when we come back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. You know, if you enjoy this show, you're going to enjoy all the web-exclusive programs we have. Of course, we have daily updates with our very own Derek P. Gilbert and news updates so you can keep up to date on current events. We also have Sci Friday, which is hosted by Derek and Sharon Gilbert. If you want to know about science and its role in the Bible, in our modern day, how we're supposed to handle some of the things coming in the future, you'll want to watch that show. Also, Into the Multiverse, hosted by yours truly. Quantum physics in the Bible, believe it or not, the two are compatible. Well, I want to jump right back into this. Now, Sharon, before the break, you brought up a really good question.
Well, you talked about you were essentially getting to the Table of Nations, and at Babel, not only were the languages divided, but the people were divided. Can you tell us how that worked?
Yeah, this is something that scholars refer to as cosmic geography, because when God judges the nations, when he judges humanity by splitting them up into nations, and he assigns them, allots them to other gods and vice versa, it's two sides of the same coin. If you go to Deuteronomy 4:19 and 20, it's kind of the flip side of it. When that happens, then, ostensibly it looks like God has no people. He has no family because he's divorced everyone. And that's true. He has severed the relationship between himself and humanity, which he has now divided up into these nations and assigned them to lesser beings than himself. Which is why in verse 9 in Deuteronomy 32, Israel is Yahweh's portion. So in the biblical story, when do the nations get dispersed and divided? Genesis 11. What happens in Genesis 12? It's the call of Abram. Again, it's not a coincidence.
Wow.
Okay, these things are supposed to be read, in sequence. And so God says, in effect, I'm going to raise up for myself my own people from scratch. Watch. And that frames the rest of not only just the Old Testament, but really the Bible, because the Old Testament story from that point on is about Yahweh against these other gods who become rebellious, become enemies, become hostile, and then Israel against the nations. Paul inherits this worldview because he uses terms in the Greek New Testament, in his letters, that are used of these guys back here. And so these are the principalities and the powers and the dominions and the thrones and all this other vocabulary Paul uses. All the terms he uses are terms of geographical dominion. That's not an accident. Okay, and this is a big part of New Testament theology as well. And when it comes to, again, the new book, Reversing Hermon, you have connections between the Watchers, the Apkallu back in Mesopotamia, Babylonian guys. Okay, these are Babylonian stories. Other parts of Babylonian thinking that you've talked about, Derek. And that becomes part of a whole set of ideas that the world is the way it is because of these guys, and because they came from Babylon, and again, they're trying to pervert the whole situation that how God was trying to relate to humanity and pervert it. And so the Messiah was going to be assigned, part of his job, part of his task was not just reversing what happens at the fall, but taking care of business with these guys as well. And so that, the new book sort of takes that as its, starting
and when
point.
the Mount of Transfiguration, that was not.
Oh, yeah.
I was just about to ask about that. And that's why these books are
That's
so...
good stuff.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
these books are so vitally important for
It is
Christians and Bible
just
believers.
so cool.
Yeah, it's phenomenal that there's this, like your subtitle says, the forgotten mission of Jesus Christ. There's this whole part of what Jesus was sent here to do that's completely forgotten by the church.
Yeah.
And it's not even enough to say that these books are the best written on the topic. They're the only.
They're the only written on the topic.
They're
A lot
the
of the
only
stuff
books.
is out
Yeah.
there in academic papers that are written by non-Christians from a strictly academic point of view. These guys have been finding all those papers and bringing them into the Christian purview, and they're interpreting them for us and helping to teach the church what we should have known all along.
It's really astonishing. When I proposed the idea to Tom and to Defender Publishing, I told him, I said, look, everything in Reversing Hermon is going to be the product of some peer-reviewed journal articles, somebody's dissertation, that sort of thing. Nobody in academia, and that's really where my home is in academia, nobody has collected it and put it between two covers.
Right.
It's just astonishing. And so this is a first
Yeah.
in that regard.
And the
Absolutely.
big difference is that Mike can actually read the Sumerian and the Babylonian, and I
Yes.
can't. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of a history nerd, and so my approach is to just sort of take the academic papers, the journal articles, and try to fit them into the historic narrative and show how it reinforces the biblical narrative, because there are things that happen in history. I mentioned in a previous program about the Amorites and the sin of the Amorites, and the influence that the Amorites had on world history is much greater than we've ever
It's
been taught,
huge.
and
Yeah.
scholars know
It's
this.
huge.
I mean, hopefully we'll get an opportunity to talk about the Red Sea crossing at some
have
point.
one more program,
Yeah.
so we'll talk.
We'll save it for that. But I
Yeah.
mean, the Amorites, arguably, in terms of biblical history, had as much influence on the theology of the Bible as I would argue that they were literally a tool of the enemy to try to derail God's plan for humanity's salvation.
Quick question. Is the sin of the Amorites complete yet?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. I would suggest not, because
And if you don't know what I mean by asking that question, that is something that the Lord says, that we're going to leave this alone because the sin of the Amorites is not yet complete.
we could argue that it was because he tied the return of Israel to the land that God had chosen and promised to
Right, that
Abraham.
400-year period.
Right, when the sin of the Amorites was complete. And yet, as I mentioned, the Amorites were the ones who founded Babylon, the old Babylonian kingdom of King Hammurabi. That was founded by Amorites. Scholars know this, but in the church we don't know it. We think, Babylonian is an ethnicity, and it's not. It's like saying I'm a Chicagoan because that's where I was born. No, I'm English, Welsh, Swedish, German.
Right.
Not a Chicagoan. The Babylonians were Amorites, and they founded this occult system that is the symbol for the one world religion, Babylon the Great, that's coming at the end of time. It's amazing what you just start picking at some threads here, what you find out, and then find out that historians know this, and the ancient linguists know this, and why isn't this getting from over here to over here?
It's just primary texts, and it never filters down into the church. And I am a firm believer that the ministry, pastors, habitually, regularly underestimate the appetite of the people in their churches for content.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I am no longer going to protect people from their Bible. That's just, I'm not going to do it anymore. I think people can handle it. Some of them won't. But people know, many Christians have an intuitive sense that they're not being taught. There's got to be something more to it than this. And your intuition is correct. And again, like Derek was saying, this is, a lot of this stuff is like 101 for scholars because they have their heads in this every day. But and even evangelical scholars are hesitant to make it part of the way they train students. And there are good reasons for that. Hey, we got to get through X amount of material in a semester or class. I get that. But at some point, you need to be teaching your students that, look, this is material that the biblical writers understood and understood well. And what they're producing responds to it, tweaks it, sometimes pokes it in the eye, uses it for fodder, and you cannot possibly understand what they were trying to communicate unless you know this stuff too.
Wow, that's going to take us
Yeah,
out.
absolutely, because once again, we are out of time. But stay tuned next week. We're going to dig more into this. Just for sake of time, I'm just going to go right to it. Keep watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV. What if you're actively engaged in a war that you can't see? Who are the players, and how did things get this way? That's going to be what we're going to talk about today in Skywatch TV in the last installment of our 4-part series on these two amazing books. So I'll just get into the introductions. We have Sharon K. Gilbert to my left. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. We also have the other host of Sci Friday. I don't like saying host and co-host because you both are equally hosts.
Well, again, she's the smart one. So.
Aw, he's the cute one.
Okay, that's enough of that.
We're making Mike uncomfortable.
The audience, no doubt.
So we have Derek B. Gilbert, author of The Great Inception, Satan's Psyops from Eden to Armageddon. Pleasure to have you back.
Thank you.
And then also Dr. Michael Heiser, author of Reversing Hermon, Enoch, the Watchers, and the Forgotten Mission of Jesus Christ.
Thanks for
Good to have
having
you back too. Both phenomenal books, absolutely vital for Christians today, and really Christians all throughout history, I think, would have benefited from this information. But the interesting thing about it is new information keeps coming up. So this is it's not stuff that you could have heard before, because a lot of this has only just been discovered. Derek, I want to jump right into this. You talk about the parting of the Red Sea and certain biblical accounts like that talk about how this war actually has manifested in the Bible. What can you tell us about that?
Well, just to once again give credit where it's due, I mean, it didn't make sense until we began reading the Bible with the divine counsel paradigm in mind, and that's based on Mike's long research, and we ought to give props to your website, thedivinecounsel.com.
Absolutely.
And the book The Unseen Realm.
In fact, almost every Sunday when we do the Gilbert House Fellowship, we mention there's a Heiser moment in every one of them.
we ring a little bell when
We do.
Yeah. But this came out of the weekly Bible study that Sharon just mentioned.
Yeah.
Every Sunday we sit and we do an hour on the Old Testament, hour on the New Testament. It's posted at gilberthouse.org. And we got to Exodus 14. We were in the section of the Exodus from Egypt as the Israelites were basically fleeing. They'd been through the 10 plagues. And we came to the beginning of Exodus 14 where Yahweh tells Moses, turn back. Like, oh, wait a minute now. I never
Has
noticed.
that always been in
Has that
there?
always been in there?
What?
Turn back, and I want you to camp at a place opposite Baal Zephon. Now, I knew enough history to know that Baal is a Canaanite god, and what's he doing in Egypt? And
Right.
what is a Zephon, and why did God tell them to camp right there in front of it? Not only that, but to camp facing this thing all night long. Well,
Which means your back's to the Egyptians.
actually, if it's on the same shore, your back's to the water. But
Oh, that's true.
yeah, but still, they had been getting away, and
So they have to turn and face.
so they had to turn around.
Yeah.
And just imagine being the last guy in the column of 2 million Israelites. Moses said, "What? We can see this dust from the chariots are coming,
Right.
and this is bad." And God, that's what God told him to do. He said, "Camp right here, opposite this place, Baal Zephon. Camp facing this all night." And the angel of Yahweh, who we find out is the second power in heaven, or as we Christians would call him, Jesus, stays between the Egyptian army and the Israelites all night long. But being a history nerd, I had to find out, okay, what is Baal doing in Egypt, and what is Baal Zephon? Well, first things first, there was a period in Egyptian history in the second millennium BC from about, and scholars differ on this, about 1750 BC to about 1550 BC. A couple hundred years, some put it at 100 years, but there was a period when Semitic people that the Egyptians later called the Hyksos ruled Lower Egypt, which is northern Egypt,
Yeah.
because it's the direction of the Nile. Anyway, northern Egypt. They brought Baal with them because they were Baal worshipers. They brought their architecture, they brought their pottery, and they brought their gods with them. Not just Baal, but also Astarte, Ishtar, Inanna, Venus, Aphrodite, many names, many faces. They also brought a god called Resheph. Maybe we can talk about him later. But
Yeah.
Baal was their god. Well, okay, what's a Zephon? What is this? Then we find out that Zephon was the name of the mountain where Baal's palace was located, like 600 miles north of there in Turkey. Baal Zephon was Baal of the north. Mount Zephon was where Baal's palace was located. Everybody in the ancient world knew this. In fact, it was so significant to the Israelites that Zephon, the word, actually became the word for the compass point north.
Oh, wow.
So there's a place sacred to Baal, named for his holy mountain, on the shore of the Red Sea. And God said, camp here, face it all night long. Okay. And then in the morning, now this is the other thing that's really fascinating. The Amorites, well, the Hyksos, we'll get to the Amorites, equated Baal with Set, the Egyptian god of chaos, god of the desert, the god of foreigners, god of storms. Apparently the god of storms, it was a good match with Baal. So they equated him, and scholars have known this. This is one
Bad stuff
deity.
and bad people.
This was at a period in Egyptian history where Set was still considered a good guy. He rode the front of Ra's solar boat every night, and when they went over the
He hadn't turned into Gerard Butler
he
yet.
hadn't turned into Gerard Butler yet, right? And every night when they went over the horizon, he had to spear the evil snake Apophis to keep it from eating the sun. So Baal Set was the god of the Hyksos, god of the desert, god of the sea. The Israelites were heading into the desert. They turned around, head back toward the sea. They camped there all night. The Egyptians must have been thinking, oh, we've got these guys good.
Yeah.
Between our God is the god of the desert, but Baal also being not just the god of storms, but the god who mastered the sea, the chaos god of the sea, Yam. He was the patron god of sailors, in fact. Phoenicians prayed to Baal before going off on a journey to, we pray we reach our port on safely. So the Hyksos had to believe that they had the Israelites right where they wanted them. Or it might have been the Egyptians who succeeded the Hyksos, because we found that even down to the time of Ramses the Great, who was not the Pharaoh of the Exodus, he about 200 years later, but he still worshipped Baal and Set, okay? We're never taught this in church. We think it's all the Egyptian gods. It's all, Ra and Osiris, and they were worshiping Baal/Set. God says, okay, you're God of the desert, you're God of the master of the ocean. Watch this. Red Sea, boom. The Israelites go into the cut, come out the other side. The Egyptian army, think, hey, no problem. Baal's going to take care of this. Okay, we want to all right, we'll chase after him. Boom. Sea covers them up, kills all of these Baal worshipers. This, God didn't have to do it this way.
Right.
They were getting away, and he told them to turn around. This was a specific point. This was a supernatural smackdown to make the point, not just to the Israelites, but to the rest of the ancient Near East. 40 years later, Rahab in Jericho says, we've heard the way your God did this, and everyone's afraid.
Yeah.
Word got around. This was a supernatural message to the spirits who rebelled, to the watchers who rebelled, to the B'nai Elohim who rebelled. Yahweh has delivered his people, not just from the hand of Pharaoh, but from the hand of Baal. And now we're coming to take back our land.
Yep. Say unto the people in the land of Canaan, to the gods in the land of Canaan, I'm coming for you now.
Yeah. Now, I talked earlier about the sin of the Amorites, and I thought, well, isn't this interesting? The Amorites founded Babylon. Wouldn't it be interesting if the Amorites were also the ones who were in control in Egypt and started doing some digging? And sure enough, there are scholars who say, oh, yeah, there's, and they give all these reasons, like similarities in the burials. They would bury horses and donkeys, the same way the Amorites did elsewhere in the ancient Near East. One of the most famous of the Hyksos kings in Egypt, named Kian, same name as an ancient Assyrian king, Amorite king, Hayanu. So yeah, it was the Amorites. The Amorites controlled everything during the time of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, down to the Exodus, from Egypt through the Levant, Israel, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan today, through the Fertile Crescent. It was all Amorites.
Wow. Something, Mike, that you talk about in your book is the sin of the Watchers in connection to actually the genealogy of Jesus, which again is another thing that we never hear about in church. What do those have to do with one another?
All those begats, why are those in there?
Yeah,
that we always skip over.
They actually do serve a purpose. Well, sin of the Watchers, is really twofold. There's the transgression idea, that we sort of immediately think of when we read Genesis 6:1-4. Again, Watchers is a term, the Enochian term for the sons of God of Genesis 6. But there's this sort of secondary, or not really secondary, but in our mind secondary idea of the Watchers are the ones, because of the Babylonian backstory, the civilizers of humanity. They're the ones who basically teach humanity how to corrupt themselves and how to be effective at it. Again, how to pervert something a technology that might have been useful for something good, turn it into warfare, turn it into this, that, the other thing. So all of these elements are transgressions. Now, the thing that sort of links the two is the transgression is very sexual in nature, and one of the things that the Watchers get accused of corrupting humanity with, this reference to makeup and hairdos and all this kind of stuff. Well, it's not that those things are inherently wrong. It's that they are used in the art of seduction. Okay? That's how the ancient people perceived it. And so when you have immorality generally, okay, that everybody knows that we shouldn't do this or that, it gets linked back to this again, just as a train of thought. So when you go to the genealogies, there are 4 women mentioned in the genealogies, and scholars have bickered back and forth about, well, is the point that they're all Gentiles, and this, a couple of them we know are Gentiles. The other ones, maybe who knows, and frankly, some would say who cares, because what I do in reversing Hermon is I utilize a recent dissertation by someone named Amy Richter at the University of Marquette. And her thesis I find pretty compelling. She says if you actually look at the stories of these 4 women, there are sort of keywords in either Greek or Aramaic used in telling their stories, or Hebrew, that somehow link all 4 of them back to either a sexual transgression they did or that was done to them. And it's the same vocabulary that will show up in Enochian texts about the Watchers or biblical texts about the Watchers. And her conclusion is that that's not a coincidence. So she thinks that the women were chosen. And again, I'm in agreement with her. I think there's a lot to this. That the women in the genealogies were chosen specifically to say this. It's theological messaging. There's going to be one who comes from this line in which these 4 women are, whose backstories, get traced back to all this stuff. These 4 women are going to play a role in producing the one that will reverse all of that. So their inclusion sort of telegraphs a reversal theme in the genealogies. Now, if you look at the genealogies otherwise, 3 groups of 14, by gematria, that's David, son of David. I mean, scholars are all over that other stuff.
Sure.
But her contribution is specifically the women and how the way their stories are told link back. There's these points of attachments back to the Watcher story. Ruth, Boaz is called a Gibor. Ruth is a Gevirah. This is terminology that was used in Genesis 6:4. That's just one example. But Richter has, half dozen, 8, 9, 10 of these specifically that relate into these stories that link back to this whole, again, matrix of ideas that concerns how the Watchers corrupted people. So they're going to produce the Messiah who will undo this.
We need to go to break, but I want to ask you really quickly, is this in any way connected to God's promise to Eve that she would be saved through childbirth?
I think, ultimately the answer to that depends on how you take that reference. Since I do sort of lean that way that we're talking about, the whole women plural being, saved in childbirth, that kind of thing. I think it actually is a reference back to Eve. So I tend to gravitate to where you're going with that.
Fascinating stuff. Well, more on why you at home, Christians everywhere really, need to have access to this information. We want to tell you how to get a hold of it right after this. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Thank you for joining us once again. There's a lot of web exclusive content that if you enjoy the main Skywatch TV program, that you'll enjoy this as well. There's Sci Friday hosted by Derek and Sharon Gilbert, of course.
Yes,
Excellent.
and we need more subscribers,
yes,
so be sure to
please subscribe. Go to YouTube and subscribe to Sci Friday. You can also find Into the Multiverse.
Pity us.
Yeah, pity them. You can also find Into the Multiverse on the Skywatch. SkywatchTV.com on the website. Subscribe to us as well. Also, daily updates, current events with our very own Derek Gilbert. All that and more. Go to SkywatchTV.com and you'll have access to all that. So to jump right back into this idea of this real supernatural war, Derek, before you mentioned a strange character that probably nobody has heard of, Reshef. What's his role? What can you tell us about him?
Reshef is actually one of the more popular of the Canaanite gods, and he was brought into Egypt with the Amorites, who became known as the Hyksos. He was a god of war. He was a god of plague. He was depicted in iconography as an archer, but in Ugarit, the Syrian city-state on the coast of Syria, from which we get a lot about Canaanite religion and has helped scholars understand biblical Hebrew because the language is very similar. He was also depicted as the gatekeeper to the netherworld, guardian of the underworld. Interestingly, he shows up in the Bible in Habakkuk chapter 3, and this blew my mind when I first saw this in the references where Habakkuk is recalling the time when the Israelites, God led them out from Mount Sinai to go toward their allotted land, the land that God had promised to Abraham. God came from Teman, which is Edom, the Holy One from Mount Paran, which is another name for Sinai. His splendor covered the heavens, the earth was full of his praise, his brightness was like the light. Rays flashed from his hand, there he veiled his power. Before him went pestilence. Pestilence is another Canaanite deity called Deber, and plague, Resheph, followed at his heels.
So these aren't just pestilence and plague, these are actual
Canaanite
entities.
deities, Semitic deities, and there are other places in Scripture where Resheph is mentioned, or attributes of Resheph, where the arrows that cause destruction. But when you start digging into what we know about Resheph from outside the Bible, you find that he was equated with the Babylonian god of the underworld, Nergal, and specifically identified with the Greek god Apollo,
Wow.
Oh.
who was also an archer, also a god of pestilence and plague. And he's the God who will, as Apollyon, open the abyss in Revelation 9.
Archer, war, plague. That's 3 of the 4 horsemen.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
In one, all rolled up in one.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's interesting too, if he is the guard, if Resheph is the guardian of hell, so to speak, if he holds the keys, then that is important because that 4th rider comes along with hell following with him.
Yeah.
Somebody's opened it up.
Yeah. The thing I think is interesting in Habakkuk is that shows that even though he was considered to be a potentially evil and deadly force, he didn't want to be on the wrong side of it, which is a key difference, by the way, between the God of the Bible and these other ancient Near Eastern gods. God of the Bible was, his loving kindness and his patience is forgiveness. He's a loving God. Yeah, he will execute judgment someday, but he was not one that just wantonly did evil things. Whereas these other gods were capricious. If you got on their bad side, they could smite you just because.
Yeah.
But even here in Habakkuk, it's shown that these other Canaanite deities, demons, fallen God, whatever, they were doing God's will apparently. They were still subject to Yahweh when he said, you will do this, and they had to do it.
Yeah,
So-
this is part of what scholars refer to as the divine march or divine warrior theme in the Old Testament, and following at his heels. Okay, is an important part of the description. In other words, they're not leading the pack.
Right.
Okay, they're following behind. And the theological messaging again is that it's Yahweh, the divine warrior who's on the march, who has the power of life and death. Not these guys. They are at his beck and command, not the other way around. So that an Israelite would not have read this and conceived of them as equals. You could probably, some might have conceived of them as just sort of, not imbecilic bad guys under control, but things that needed to be, under control, brought under control. And I think that's consistent with the messaging, because ultimately the things that happen in war, the things that happen, the bad things that happen in life, there's a greater intelligence, behind them, and it's the God of Israel. It's not random. It's not, something that he can't control or has to, fret about. He's not fretting about it. And if you want to know who's in charge of life and death, then this is the person whose side you need to be on.
Yeah.
These 2 books, I think, are going to be so important for every Christian's library. It's not only going to help you to understand the Old Testament and New Testament, it will help you to understand Bible prophecy, which takes me to my next question. Are the nations still under the control of the fallen?
See, I would say no, but that doesn't mean they're not in power.
That's a wiggly answer.
Here's what I mean. Like on my podcast, nakedbiblepodcast.com, I'm trying to remember the episode that we did. It's in the 90s or hundreds or something. We did an episode on the theme of the resurrection and the death of the gods. And Paul, when he talks about the resurrection in 1 Corinthians 15, that was our launching point for the episode. For some reason, Paul reflexively, when he thinks about the resurrection, he not only thinks like we do that, I'm going to get a new body. That's how we always parse it. He habitually mentions that the resurrection is linked to the idea of the demise and the destruction of the gods. Now, if you have the Deuteronomy 32 worldview in your head, that the gods of the nations, they were assigned by Yahweh. Yes, they became corrupt and they're rebels, but that's still where they got their authority. The original plan was, again, that they should administer it well until the Lord brought everybody back into the family. Well, since we have this rebellion situation, the resurrection really is key to this. When Christ rose from the dead, Paul links it to him being elevated over, victory over the principalities, the powers, the rulers of darkness, all this kind of language. Now, you think, and in the episode we go back to Plato, where they had this worldview that they worship the gods that they do because they were assigned to them by the bigger gods. They have the same idea, but Paul's message is, look, the Most High is the one who created this situation, and now he's taking it back. Not only has he broken the authority of the gods over the nations, you are no longer enslaved. Not only is that a change of circumstance, essentially God telling them, you're fired, okay? But now he's insisting that the people of the nations abandon them in favor of Christ. Now, the Most High is calling you back home. This is Gentile salvation. Don't listen to your spiritual authorities now. Don't even listen to the Jews who are telling you, well, you guys belong over here. You don't belong over here with the people of God. No, they're done. They're toast. And this is why Paul continually goes back to this link between the resurrection and their undoing of authority. Now, he addresses the Galatians and he says, are you people insane? Having been freed from this, you're going back? So they're only as powerful as people let them be.
Yeah.
Those who reject the gospel give them power. They do not have legitimate spiritual power in terms of owning people, owning their citizenry. That's why I answered it the two ways
And
that I did.
amen, I love that. Sadly, we are out of time.
Well, what a great note to end on. The enemy only has power over you that you allow it to have. Thank you for watching Skywatch TV and these phenomenal programs. Make sure you pick up these books. If you're a Bible-believing Christian, you'll want these in your library. Also, don't forget to keep watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV. What can the stars tell us about prophecy, and how does the Bible relate to all this? There's actually quite a bit of astral prophecy in the Bible, surprising to myself when I first learned about this, and most Christians, I would imagine, today. In studio with me, my lovely, beautiful wife, Christina Peck. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Fantastic. And he's already laughing.
It's really good when your wife is doing well.
Yeah, it helps. Our guest, Dr. Michael Heiser, who has written the book Reversing Hermon. What's the proper? How do you properly say it? I always just say Hermon, but I don't think that's.
It sounds like Herman Munster. Then. Hermon.
Reversing Hermon. Yeah, fantastic book. I had an opportunity to read an early advanced copy. I don't know what you would call it, but I had a chance to read it. Phenomenal stuff. I also read Derek Gilbert's, which we will be doing episodes with him as well, but we'll record those at a different time. We don't want it to be too much like the Skywatch TV programs. Well, let's get right into it. So before we start, there might be some people who this is their first time watching the program. Where can they find us online?
Hey, you can find us here on YouTube at youtube.com/Into the Multiverse. You can also find us on skywatchtv.com. You can scroll down, and there'll be a picture of Josh and I with the Into the Multiverse logo. You can click on it. It will bring you right here to the YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you have Roku, check us out on Roku on the Skywatch TV channel.
Absolutely, yes. Make sure you subscribe. And if you do, you'll have all past, present, and future episodes. You'll also have the episodes we recorded earlier last year with Michael Heiser on cosmic geography and ufology in the church, which is both really interesting topics. But today, astral prophecy. I'll give you the first question, Christina.
Okay. You talk a lot about astral prophecy relating to the birth of Jesus in your new book, Reversing Hermon. For the viewer, how is the Bible's use of astral prophecy different from astrology?
That's a good question. You're going to get that all the time when you bring this up. Yeah, astral prophecy, it really, I think even broader, most ancient, use of the stars, to sort of predict things or tell stories and that kind of thing. This is not, as I like to say, this will date me, this is not Miss Cleo. This is not, I'm looking up at the stars and it's going to be talking about determining my individual destiny and fate and all that stuff. Who should I marry? What car do I buy?
Right.
It's not that at all. The belief was in the ancient world that the stars were either divine beings. Again, they don't have a knowledge of astronomy like we do, but either divine beings or they were under the power of divine beings because they moved, they changed positions. Okay. Now, for Jews, and there's a lot of this in early Judaism, which surprises people, but you can find this even on the internet if you look up zodiac mosaics in Jewish synagogues. Okay,
Right.
There are whole books written on that. They're not that hard to find. Dead Sea Scrolls have astronomical, / astrological texts. But the idea for a Jew, a faithful Jew, was that, Genesis tells us that it's God who made the stars, and he made them to designate times and seasons. And that's just another way of saying, the stars have something to do with the progression of time and the progression of history. And so God is in charge of that. And so therefore, this whole connection with celestial events, celestial objects, to a faithful Jew, that meant that, okay, if we look at the stars, if we look at the heavens, that might tell us that God is up to something. It might be telegraphing some thing that God is going to do or God is up to, something like that. So it was a way to credit God with being in charge of the progression of time and history. It wasn't about individual destiny. That's actually why most Jews and most early Christians rejected the concept of pagan astrology, because that's what the pagan astrological stuff was about.
Oh, okay.
Dictating fate and individual destiny. So someone who was, we'll use the term a Bible believer in the ancient world, rejected that idea because only God determines individual fate and individual destiny. It's not about what's going on in the stars or whatever. I mean, God does something up there because he made that. But the idea that those things, those objects, are the ones that, map out our future, give us, our destiny, was offensive, again, for very obvious reasons.
Right.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Revelation 12, that's actually caused a lot of contention among scholars and Bible believers just on how to interpret it. And you write a whole section in your book about it. Here's actually the passage. I'll read it so people at home know what we're talking about. So Revelation 12, it's, what do we have here, 1 through 7, I believe. And a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. She was pregnant and crying out in birth pains and the agony of giving birth. And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns on his head, 7 diadems. His tail swept down a third of the stars of heaven and cast them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, so that when she bore her child, he might devour it. She gave birth to a male child, one who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron, but her child was caught up to God and to his throne, and the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God in which she is to be nourished for 1,260 days. All right, so there's obviously a lot to unpack there. Just starting with the first element here, what does the woman represent? Because that's something that's caused a lot of differences.
The woman, for someone reading the book of Revelation, they would naturally think of one of two things. And as I talk about in the book, these two things sort of get conflated anyway. But people might be inclined to think, if they're a Christian, this is the Virgin, it's Mary. A Jew would have thought of Israel, because Israel is described as a woman. Many passages in the Bible, the bride of God and that sort of thing. So both of those things, though, actually produce the Messiah. So it's kind of like 6 of one and half a dozen of another.
Right.
Depending on what perspective that you're in. But I look at the passage and believe it or not, sometimes the text means just what it says. John says, I looked up in the heavens and saw. Okay, and so he tells you what he's looking at. And we don't often, approach Revelation this way, because, either we're not sort of cognizant with the larger subject of, genre of astral prophecy, and there is such a thing. Academics talk about this all the time. But I think the greater disconnect, the one that most Christians actually ought to be responsible for, is what Paul does in Romans 10. And for me, this was sort of my link into this thinking, where Paul is talking about, hey, people need to hear about Jesus. They need to hear about the gospel. It's that famous passage that I'm sure we've all heard like 20 sermons on. How shall someone hear without a preacher and all that? And, Paul gets to a certain point where he says, have they not all heard? And you expect him to say, no, that's why I'm preaching to you. Go out there and witness to people. But he actually says, indeed they have. And then his proof text in Romans 10:18 is Psalm 19. He says his proof text is, their voice goes out through all the earth. And if you go back and look where that comes from, it's the heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament, declares his handiwork, shows his handiwork. You have celestial objects that are described with verbs of communication in Psalm 19. And so for some strange reason, this becomes Paul's proof text for saying, yeah, everybody here should have heard that there was a divine king here, that the Messiah was here. And to us, that is a complete disconnect.
Right.
And I can't necessarily prove that this was exactly what was in Paul's mind, but I think Revelation 12 does tell us, again, what Paul was thinking about, what the Magi actually saw. It was more than just one sign, the star in Matthew 2. There are other things going on. Now, the description of Revelation 12 helps us to explain the star in Matthew 2, but there's a whole other complex of ideas involving the woman and a few other things that, as you read through the passage, but I'm sure people picked up on.
So these are actually like constellations and stuff that's being described here.
Yeah.
That's cool.
This isn't original to me. There's a very worthwhile book. I would get a later edition of it if you can, second or third edition. The Star That Astonished the World by Ernest Martin has done a lot of really good work here. I don't agree with all of Martin's theology, but I think his case here is pretty compelling. Other astronomers have done work using his work in Revelation 12, but the notion was that what John is describing very clearly, if you're thinking in these terms, is you have the woman who's the virgin about to give birth. The sun and the moon. The sun is in her midst. This is classic astronomical, astrological language for the sun being in a constellation. People still use this terminology today. The moon is at her feet. Well, that's kind of easy to figure out. If you start plotting this in an astronomy program, which I've done, lots of other people have done. You notice other things that are going on. You've got two candidates for the dragon. There's one at her feet on the ecliptic, which is really interesting because the ecliptic is this imaginary line that goes through the heavens, that astronomers use to map out the path of the constellations through the year. The Masoretic text in Psalm 19, Paul quotes the Septuagint. Their voice goes out through all the earth, but the traditional Hebrew text says their line goes out through all the earth.
Wow.
Which I think is very clearly a reference to the ecliptic. So you got that going on. You've got off the ecliptic, you've got another dragon constellation, Hydra underneath. It's Scorpio with the claws. We divide that up into Scorpio and Libra. But in the ancient world, that was one. It was referred to as a dragon, with the claws underneath. Above her head is Leo, which is the messianic, the Lion of Judah. Inside Leo, you have a conjunction of the king star, Regulus, with the king planet, Jupiter. And if you look at, with the birth of Jesus, every Christmas, we hear, stories about astronomers trying to figure out the Star of Bethlehem. That's the dominant explanation, that it's Jupiter, because Jupiter has what's called retrograde motion. So it fits in with that. So, a lot of people just fixate on that. And all I'm suggesting is, well, maybe John actually meant what he said when I looked up in the heavens and saw, because very clearly it's the Messiah. She's giving birth to a child who will rule the nations with a rod of iron, quoting Psalm 2, a classic messianic text.
And that's fascinating.
That's awesome.
And it shows how when we try to take things out, like a lot of the church has done, how much we really miss, when we call just a blanket statement, call everything astrology, we shouldn't have anything to do with that. But
Right.
when it clearly does say in the scripture, well,
Yeah, we
There
have
are
to be
things
careful, and Paul condemns pagan astrological practices
Absolutely.
That's right.
in Galatians, and there are reasons that he does it, but then there are reasons that he's quoting Psalm 19, which is again astronomical language as speaking to us about the birth of a Messiah. I mean, Paul does one and not the other, and then, well, why? What's the difference? And again, if you study the subject matter, the differences become pretty clear.
yeah.
It's fascinating.
Yeah. Well, we want to let you know at home how you can get a hold of Dr. Michael Heiser's fantastic book, Reversing Hermon. So right after this, we'll be talking about the dragon, sea creatures, and chaos. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Into the Multiverse. We are speaking with Dr. Michael Heiser on his book, Reversing Hermon, specifically astral prophecy. Now, you had a question about...
Yes. Okay. And regarding the dragon, a lot of people will say that it's Satan, but you have other information about sea creatures and chaos and Hydra.
Yeah, John again is looking at the sky. He's looking at the heavens. He's not looking into hell. Okay? So again, it's very clear that when he's talking about the dragon, he's talking about something in the sky, and some of that gets associated with Satan, because Satan, in the larger scope of biblical theology, is the one who is responsible for upheaval. All the things that are working against God and his people, contrary to what God wants. Okay? So if you look at the dragon discussion, there's really two options here. The object on the ecliptic, the constellation on the ecliptic, could be one candidate, and personally, that one looks good to me because it's on the ecliptic. It's directly under the feet of the woman she's about to give birth, ready to devour the child. Well, the text though actually says that the dragon was in front of. Okay, anopion is the Greek term there. So that can mean in front of, beside, in the presence of. It's actually pretty variable. So you could have the other option, Hydra. What Hydra, which is off the ecliptic to the side a little bit, what that one has going for it is the traditional ancient symbol for Leviathan. And we all know, again, at least people who are going to be watching this show and Skywatch, we all know that Leviathan is, again, this sort of classic chaos symbol that gets associated with the devil and all that the devil's doing, and is part of the day of the Lord judgment, where God's going to judge Leviathan and kill the beast with 7 heads and horns, and all. That's all Leviathan imagery, and that is set in the waters of chaos in the ancient world. And lo and behold, we get a lot of connections between those ideas and what John is actually seeing here. So it could be either, but the point is that there's a dragon, and he's saying this is a threat. And connecting it with Satan is very logical, because again, God is bringing the Messiah through the Virgin into the world, and he wants its destruction.
Right.
Okay, to again keep everything in upheaval, to prevent all of this stuff from being reversed. In Reversing Hermon, the whole book is really about reversal themes, and this is part of the imagery, because it doesn't really end with Satan. The part that you don't really pick up on, and you can get lost in the dragon thing, is that if you look at it astronomically, there are things in the sky that would have been what the Magi saw at the birth that actually connect back to figures like Orion, Cassiel in Hebrew, and that takes you into the giant territory. There's a Dead Sea Scroll text, a Targum of Job, that connects Orion with the Nephilim.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you get really interesting stuff that we could get into how it factors into flood chronology and Jewish traditions about how Noah had a particular birthday, Tishri 1. If you plot this out again in an astronomy program, guess what? The Messiah shows up on Tishri 1.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
There are just a number of things like this that if you were a Jew. Again, a literate Jew, not someone who hadn't spent any time in these texts, you would have looked at this and worked the numbers and thought, wow, Jesus and Noah share a birthday. And Noah was here to be at the time, God's solution to the transgression of the Watchers. And so this fits. The Messiah is supposed to reverse this as well. He's the ultimate, firewall. He's the ultimate reversal against all of this bad stuff that has been accruing in the history of humanity.
Wow, that's fascinating.
awesome.
Yeah. What about the wilderness and the 1,260 days? What is that all about?
Yeah, it really depends, on what eschatological system you're following. It's part of that larger question. If you're, I guess, I don't want to use words that are kind of clunky, but I'll use these because they're pretty descriptive. But if you're like a literalist, maybe a premillennial dispensationalist or something like that, you would be looking at the 1260 as a time of persecution, protection from persecution. Because we actually look at Revelation 12, the woman who is Israel is being protected, from the dragon. You would look at that as part of the tribulation period where the Jews are under protection now, having gone into the tribulation, so on and so forth. If you're not of that persuasion, then you're going to keep it with Israel of the first century when the Messiah was actually born. And so you're going to have your own sort of timing out of events where you look at the Romans, who are persecuting the people of God, not only just Jews but early Christians as well. And so you look at that as a protection in the first century from different historical figures and events. So it really just depends on what system.
So can the entire book of Revelation, at least the prophetic parts, be looked at as astral prophecy?
Yeah, I don't think so. There's a well-known, at least in academia, in New Testament scholarship, there's a well-known book called The Genre and Meaning of Revelation. It's by Bruce Malina. And Malina is a specialist in astral prophecy. He's really even more than that, a specialist in what they call social scientific approach to the New Testament. So cultural stuff. He tries to argue this point, that pretty much everything in Revelation can get filtered through ancient astronomy. I would say this, I think there's more to that than the average person or New Testament scholar would admit to, but I think Malina carries it a little too far because he more or less has to dispense with how the book uses the Old Testament in certain ways that are, to me, it seemed pretty clear. So I would be much more cautious, than he is.
Yeah.
Are there other areas outside of Revelation 12 that might be like an astral prophetic thing, or?
I think there are. You have the classic, situations in the Gospels where the day of the Lord is accompanied by celestial portents, signs in the sky, the sign of the Son of Man, and all that. That's definitely astronomical, astrological, again, in their thinking. And again, astrology just means God is behind these things, these events. It's sort of a theological spin on, what you're looking at in the sky. It's very general, though. For instance, we're never told what the sign of the Son of Man is. It could be two or three different things. So it lacks specificity, which is why I caution people, look, even if you can sort of, you have a lot of material here to deal with in Revelation 12. Don't assume, though, that Revelation 12 is a commentary on Matthew 24, Matthew 25, because we're just not told that. So you can get into a lot of trouble date setting because anything astronomical you can plot on a calendar. I mean, as I do in the book, it comes down to a 90-minute window for the birth of Jesus.
Yeah.
And the date is pretty significant. And on both calendars, secular calendar, Jewish calendar, and in our day and age, the date is pretty significant too. But that doesn't mean that becomes a cipher for other passages.
That makes sense.
Because we're just not told that information.
Right.
So what is the true date of Jesus' birth, and why is it significant?
Well, again, if you take everything at face value, you come out with September 11th in 3 BC. Now, the main obstacle to that, as I point out in the book, that scholars, sort of poo-poo that as well. We know that Herod died in 4 BC, and he has to be dead after the birth, and it's not actually true. There's been a lot of recent scholarship on Herodian chronology in particular, and even Herodian coins that help establish chronology, that you can have a death of Herod, depending on what calendar you use, in 1 BC. So it's no obstacle to an astronomical reading that I'm talking about in the book.
Fantastic.
Wow,
Well,
that's cool.
there's a lot of Bible passages that some of which we hear in church sometimes if we're lucky, some of which we don't, but we never really get the full story. That's what I love about your books, and especially this recent one and your podcast, by the way, which for people out there who have been following my ministry and, know little things that I post here and there. I don't ever post podcasts because I usually don't listen to them. When I listen to a podcast, my mind wanders and I can't retain anything. I got to be watching something or reading something. But yours is one of the only ones that the only one I can sit and listen to and get a lot out of. So that's what I've been doing for this whole past week. One thing that's really interesting, so I figure we could just go through some Bible verses and passages for the audience that may be familiar with some of these, but there's a lot to unpack in all these, so we probably won't get to all of them, but we can get through a few. I figure we can just take them one at a time.
That's fine.
I'll take the first one.
Go right ahead.
You had the first question last time.
I don't mind sharing.
1 Peter 3:18 through 22. What's going on here? I'll read it for the audience. For Christ also suffered once for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive by the Spirit, by whom also he went and preached to the spirits in prison, who formerly were disobedient, when once the divine long-suffering waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is 8 souls, were saved through water. This is also an antitype which now saves us, baptism, not the removal of the filth of the flesh, but the answer of a good conscience toward God through the resurrection of Jesus Christ, who has gone into heaven and is at the right hand of God, angels and authorities and powers having been made subject to him. There's a lot going on there, and this is one of the most confusing passages for even a lot of pastors.
Yeah, this is the one, if any of your listeners have read my book, The Unseen Realm, this is the passage where I relate the anecdote that I went to church one day, and I was excited because he was going through the book of 1 Peter, and here we are, because I love this passage. And he literally got up in the pulpit and said, I have no idea what this means. We're just going to skip it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, at least he was honest.
I know. It's like, I couldn't believe it. I've never heard or seen anybody do that.
Oh my goodness.
So I was offended. There are some keys here. It's strange, but it's really not that difficult if you make one or two little sort of mental adjustments. Now, the translation you quoted had the word antitype in it, which is really important. The reference to the resurrection is important. The reference to being exalted above the principalities and powers is really important. What's going on here is, if you think, let me use a more familiar example. Paul in Romans 5 talks about Jesus and Adam. Okay, he's drawing some analogy there. And Adam, the text says at one point, is a type of Christ. Now, a typology is a non-verbal prophecy.
Okay.
Prophecy is something uttered about the future. A type would be an institution or an event or a person, again, that just prefigures something to come. So his point is basically Adam, there's something going on about Adam and what Adam did that prefigured something that was going to happen later with Jesus. Well, if you can understand that, when you go to 1 Peter 3, here's what you have to understand. Just as Adam was a type of Jesus for Paul, so Enoch is a type of Jesus for Peter.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Now, if you can make that adjustment, and if you knew the Watcher version, the Watcher story of what happens with Genesis 6 and the ultimate destiny, of the fallen Watchers, they're sent to the abyss and they're imprisoned, spirits in prison, second, Peter, Jude, all that language. If you know that backstory, then what Peter's doing is he's assuming his readers know the content like he does of the book of Enoch at this point. They know the story of the Watchers and their transgression and what happened to them. And that for him prefigures something about Jesus. Now the story, as told in Enoch, is the Watchers fall, they get sent to the abyss, and now, we're sorry now because, hey, we don't like this place. And so, and so they contact Enoch and they say, God really likes you, so can you run interference for us and tell God we're sorry and we want to get out of here? And Enoch says, yeah, I'll do that. So the story has Enoch going to God, giving him the whole spiel, and God says, forget it. Just tell him that ain't going to happen. The answer is no.
Yeah.
Then Enoch visits them in prison, in the abyss, in the underworld, okay? Announces their judgment to them again, and then that's that. So for Peter, it's like, well, when Jesus died and went into the afterlife, Sheol, the underworld, where everybody goes, he preaches to the spirits that are in prison. In other words, he has a message for the watchers. And just like the first one, this one ain't good either.
Right.
This is not going to make them happy, okay? Because they're thinking if he shows up there, it's like, wow, somebody pulled it off. They got rid of the Messiah. You know, and the game has changed. And Jesus is like, no, not so much. Okay, I'm here now, but I'm not going to be here very long.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's really about theological messaging that gets connected to the resurrection. Okay, the antitype is the resurrection. And the whole thing about having the good conscience and whatnot is, again, I discuss this a lot in the book, that conscience there isn't this moral, gyroscope between right and wrong. It's about a disposition of making a right choice. And the right choice in this case is embracing the news of the gospel and Jesus and the resurrection. And that's how we're saved. But it connects all these flood ideas, all stuff that's going on in Genesis 6, with the spirits in prison, with being exalted above the principalities and powers. If you don't have the backstory in your head, like Peter assumes you do, this is going to look hopeless.
Yeah.
But if you do, you know how to read him. In other words, you will know what he was trying to communicate. And it really turns baptism into spiritual warfare.
That's awesome.
Because when you get baptized, it's not only a public testimony to the people watching you. In some way, it's a re-telegraphing theologically of, this is the side I'm on now. I am no longer owned by the Lord of the dead, or if I'm a Gentile, by one of the fallen sons of God. Okay, I am switching sides. So it re-announces their loss, their demise to them.
Wow, that's really cool.
That's incredible. Well, there's another passage to discuss about the head covering in 1 Corinthians 11.
Before you read that, too.
Do we need to put up the parental advisory?
For those of you with kids at home, but this does get into odd territories.
It does.
But, like you said in the Skywatch program, we don't need to protect people from their Bibles.
It is what it is.
It's in the Bible. But anyway, go ahead.
Have you read Songs of Solomon? Have you read it? I'm just saying.
I'll let you read the verse, and then Mike can tell us what it means.
Okay, so 1 Corinthians 11, verses 4 through 10 says, "Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, dishonors his head. But every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head. For that is one and the same as if her head were shaved. For if a woman is not covered, let her also be shorn. If it is shameful for a woman to be shorn or shaved, let her be covered. For a man indeed ought not to cover his head, since he is in the image and glory of God. But woman is the glory of man. For man is not from woman, but woman from man. Nor was man created for the woman, but woman was created for the man. For this reason, the woman ought to have a symbol of authority on her head because of the angels."
And that last part there is really
Yes.
strange.
What? Because of the what?
Yeah, why
Yes.
does
Yeah.
hair length have anything to do with... Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the dilemma. I mean, we've obviously, church traditions have taken this a number of different ways in the past. I have a whole chapter on this, obviously, in Reversing Hermon. We did this on my podcast with.
I listened to it. It was awesome.
Okay, I think it was like episode 86 or something like that.
That was actually the first episode of your podcast I listened to.
Oh well,
Blew me away. It was great.
I was going to say, if that didn't drive you away, nothing will. But I mean, what's going on here? This is going to sound like, I'll say it just like I said in the podcast. This is going to sound like the most ridiculous thing in the world. but when you understand what it means, it actually makes everything in the passage sort of fall together.
Yeah.
Now, you have to ask yourself, what is going on with the head covering and the angels? It just doesn't, it just sounds goofy. Well, what I do in the book in this chapter is I draw on some recent scholarly research, some journal articles about this issue. And the one particular one latches on to the Greek word for head covering, parabolaion. And he happens to notice, and again, I know who this guy is, and his doctoral work is in Greco-Roman medical texts. Doesn't that sound fascinating? But he noticed that it's the same term that is used in these medical texts, like Hippocrates. Okay, we all know the Hippocratic Oath for testicle. And he's like, what's up with that? And the short version of it is, this goes back to medical thinking of the first century, that the parabolaion, does in fact refer to the pubic region or testicles, and you'll find this in medical texts strewn all over the ancient world. So when it gets to Paul draws on that, and also in medical texts, you have the idea that women's hair, and specifically long hair, has something to do with female fecundity, the ability to conceive. And the idea was, and again, this sounds like crazy town to us because we're modern, we do science here. If a woman had long hair after sex, when the man has ejaculated into her, if the longer her hair was, the role of the hair was to draw that up into the uterus so that she could conceive, which again sounds totally bizarre. It's a shame for a man to have long hair for the opposite reason. The man's job was to deposit the sperm in the woman to have children. And so if a man had long hair, that would prevent him from being fertile.
Oh, okay.
Because his job was to eject, not retain.
Okay.
Whereas the woman's job was retained. And their anatomy, the hair in this case, was thought to be crucial to retention, as opposed to ejection. And so that's why you get all this long hair talk. And I in the book, I go through a bunch of passages in ancient medical texts that show that this is the point. Well, if you take that back to what Paul's saying here, his talk about the head covering serves two purposes. One is modesty. Well, of course, you wouldn't leave your hair uncovered in church, because the hair is equated with, again, sexual ability, the ability to conceive it. It's personal, it's private, it's part of the private parts, that kind of thing. So of course you don't have your hair uncovered in church. That's just immodest. And you need something, to cover this part of you, to show that you were, married, your sexual relationship is, contained within marriage here because of the angels. Well, what's up with that?
Yeah.
Well, Paul is drawing on this notion that women had been taken advantage of sexually by angels. Well, where's the only place you're going to find that? Back at the Watcher story, Genesis 6. So as strange as it sounds, Paul was concerned that if women, again, if they don't, behave in a certain way in church, that's bad. That's going to cause problems. And if they're not, under the headship, the lordship, of the marital bond, they let it be known that they have a specific husband, and then they guard themselves by, again, what they're doing with their hair, that's going to leave them vulnerable. And we don't ever want to see this thing happen again. So in Paul's mind, he considered this apparently something that could happen again. He doesn't say it did. Right. He's not predicting anything.
But it was a concern.
But it was a concern for him. We don't want, to draw attention in this way to the angels, because they fell once before, they could do it again.
Wow.
It's interesting.
It's amazing how if we just put off this idea that, because I've heard, I haven't heard any specific sermons on that, but usually church kind of ignores it. But if anything is said, it's more of like a traditional thing, like, well, because the Bible says so, women have to have long hair and men should not have long hair because the Bible says so, and then it just goes no further.
Right.
But it's really interesting when you think about what their reasoning for that was.
It had a context, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
So that's interesting.
There are even places, and I cite these in the book where, and I give people all the sources. They can go back and look at the article if they want, or the podcast, where even tests for infertility for women involved hair.
Wow.
So it's very clear of what they were thinking. It's just that Paul takes the idea and applies it in a different way to the Corinthian situation. So it all has a context for
That's
it.
so cool.
It's
really
interesting too
interesting.
how Enoch ties into all that. The lake of fire, Matthew 25:41 says, "Then he will also say to those on the left hand, 'Depart from me, you cursed, into the everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels.'" In a biblical context, there's some stuff we can glean there, but what about Enoch? What does Enoch have to tell? What's the whole story here?
I mean, if you've ever asked yourself the question, okay, where does Matthew get this idea? I mean, you look back in your Old Testament and you really can't find it. You know, this idea of the devil and his angels.
Yeah.
Sure, you have references to Satan. You never have Satan, discussed in the Old Testament where he has like buddies, like a gang that works with him. Right? You never have this. You never have the mention of a lake of fire. So where does this collection of ideas come from? And the actual honest answer is this is a good instance in Matthew and other places where it's very clear that they're reading the books of Enoch, First Enoch specifically, and other Enochian material, and which is why I made it part of the book that it's very clear that they were drawing on a set of ideas that if you sort of know how they were thinking about it, and the only way you're going to know that is if you had read Enoch. But if you had read that, then you can go back to your Old Testament and go, oh, okay, here's how they took this passage and married it to that one. The Rephaim and Sheol, the bad guys are there, and it's a fiery place. And I mean, you can see how the parts are assembled. It's just we don't get that in the Old Testament. We get that in a book like First Enoch. And that's why when Matthew and others draw from that, people know they get what they're talking about because that material was familiar to them. Whereas us, as modern Christians, Enoch and Enochian material like the Book of the Giants or whatever, that is totally off the radar for us. And so, as I try to make the case in the book that, look, you don't have to consider First Enoch canonical, like it should be in the Bible. I don't. But to me, that question isn't even important. You should read it and know it pretty well, because if you do, there will be places in the New Testament that you'll be reading something and you'll track on something that okay, this is going to be linked back to this other thing that isn't in my Bible, but it's evident that the writer read this and wrote about it. It informed what he was doing. And so if I can understand that, this helps me understand what the biblical writer wanted me to get.
Right.
In other words, I won't miss it, or I won't substitute something else in its place. I'm going to be able to understand what he said in context because I have this backdrop now.
Was the Book of Enoch, was that something that first century Jews considered canonical or as like everything in there is as trustworthy as, say, like the Book of Isaiah or anything that we would consider? Or was it just something that was just more popularized? And
Yeah, it was, there were some Jews who quoted it as scripture. In other words, they used the same formulaic language as it says or as it is written. They'll use that of biblical material and then Enoch too. So that does happen. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Same thing with the early church. You had a few defenders of Enoch, that it should be in our New Testament. In the book, in Reversing Hermon in the back, I have a whole appendix of this discussion, Jewish groups, and I give you the citations, I give you the primary texts of where Enoch was quoted as scripture by early Jews, early Christians, and sort of, so people are familiar with the debate. Ultimately, I can't remember, I think it was either Irenaeus or Tertullian toward the end of his life, more or less said, hey, I've been defending this thing the whole time, and I'm looking around and I'm getting old and nobody's really buying it.
so I must be wrong.
Right. Well, and that's what he said. He said they assumed that the Holy Spirit would guide his people en masse toward the truth, toward what they should recognize as canonical. And he admitted that, that hasn't happened with Enoch, so it's okay with me. I'm giving it up. I'm not going to worry about it. And that, if you really think about it, that's really a good attitude, to have. But there were some who really defended it at that level. But again, to me, the question is sort of a distractor. don't worry about the old debate or generating a new debate. Should we have Enoch in our Bible? Just go read the thing.
Yeah.
We have
Because
access
it's
to
going
it.
to help you understand a number of passages.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let
Wow.
you take that last one about
Okay. Going back to 1 Corinthians, this time chapter 15, verse 53, talks about our new bodies. For this perishable body must put on the imperishable, and this mortal body must put on immortality. What is it saying about our new bodies here?
Yeah, there's a whole lengthy discourse, not just in material that we would either consider biblical or kind of right up against stuff that links into the Bible, but the whole secular Greek tradition. To them, the phrase "spiritual body" was not an oxymoron. They believed that this other body, and again, it's even hard to talk about it, but this other body was actually made of something.
right.
It was made of stuff, and that was celestial stuff. It wasn't.
wow.
It wasn't human stuff. It was more than human stuff. And some of the vocabulary Paul uses in 1 Corinthians 15 is drawn right out of that discussion. So his readers again would have known that he's not talking about believers becoming, ethereal spirits that float around in the quantum world or something like that. Even though deities, divine beings in these religions outside the Bible had those capacities to move beyond what we thought were our boundaries, our physical boundaries. They could still do that. But they were still made of something, and that something could be corporeal. Okay, and again, as odd to our ears as that seems, that's really what Paul is drawing on. And I think even more tellingly in biblical theology, if you think again back to Eden, okay, where did all this start? This started, as I talk about, an unseen realm a lot, where God wanted to have a human family. But the human family his purpose was to integrate the human family with the divine family. Eden was where God lived. Eden was God's headquarters, that sort of thing. God wanted a blended family with one purpose, and that was to serve him and make this place like Eden was, to spread his goodness and his glory. And he tasks them with, the humans with that task. He has divine beings that are disembodied or could take on bodies doing things in their own realm. But it was supposed to be one family ultimately, where humanity, even though not created like one of them, to be one of them, would actually enter into that ontology. They would actually become divine. And of course they fail in Eden. But what Paul's saying is, look, there's going to come at some point, and the crucial point here is the resurrection of Jesus, because Jesus did get a body. Okay, it was the same Jesus. Yes, it's not a different Jesus. It's Jesus. But his flesh is now celestial flesh. And that is going to be transmitted and given to us so that we, just like we were intended to be, we will be divinized. We will be made divine. We will be integrated into the divine family and have bodies still, but something beyond human bodies. So it's another way of Paul saying it's going to come full circle. It will come full circle, just as what was intended will come to pass. And this is the linchpin event that makes it possible.
Wow.
That is
That's awesome.
awesome.
So what, in your view, there's been a lot of, I think a lot of people, not to be insulting, but I think that just because the church has done what it's done, I think a lot of Christians have almost this cartoonish version of what happens when you die, what heaven is like or what it's like to be with God. In your opinion, and I know a lot of this is probably going to be speculation, but we're drawing from things. In your opinion, when you die, what happens?
Yeah, I think to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. We have some sort of embodied existence because of the way the dead are talked about. They see each other. I mean, you've got to be something in front of you to see. And it's difficult even for scriptural writers because they're talking about a realm and an existence that is foreign, totally foreign to their own. And they have to use space-time language with latitude and longitude and embodied existence to do it. So it's a tough job. But I do think we're with the Lord ultimately. Whether we get an upgrade on whatever that body is at the end or not, I don't necessarily know. I tend to think that when we exist as glorified believers on the new earth, okay, that might be different just because heaven isn't the new earth yet. I mean, obviously it's like two things that are intimately related, but they don't have to be exactly the same. Ultimately, we are the ones who displace and replace the fallen gods of the nations. Okay, this is, when people, when I get into this, I have to assume that they know a little bit about the Deuteronomy 32 worldview and cosmic geography and things like that. But
well, luckily we did a whole program the last time you were here on that.
Yeah, that's true. So hopefully people, caught that. But the other nations were put under other gods, and they rebelled. They're in rebellion. They have to be judged. That's what Psalm 82 is about. And ultimately, they will be displaced. There's a reason why when Paul talks about the resurrection, go check it out. When Paul talks about the resurrection, the way we hear it preached is, oh, I get a new body. And that's true. Paul does talk about that. But there are half dozen passages where Paul, in the same breath as resurrection, talks about either Jesus or us or both being exalted above the principalities and powers.
Yeah.
That's not an accident, because in Paul's mind, the resurrection is the thing that delegitimized the gods of the nations, so that the Gentiles could confidently say, we get to go back into the family. We get to rejoin the people of God. That the strongholds are broken, all this sort of thing. And he connects that with their loss of their populations through the gospel, and also ultimately their destruction in the day of the Lord, which is why Paul says, hey, don't you know that you're going to rule over angels? If you know about the divine council hierarchy, the three-tiered sons of God, the family term is in the middle. Malach is a lower term. These are the ones that occupy the nations, or are supposed to. Again, there's this whole backdrop. But Paul says, don't you know that you're going to judge angels? You're going to rule over angels. John in Revelation 2 and 3 says, to him that overcomes, I will put him over the nations. It's not a throwaway line. It's saying you, believers, are going to displace and replace the fallen beings that have charge of these nations now. You're going to be not only in my family, again, made part of the divine family as originally intended, but you get to occupy this task role. And then you say, well, what does that mean? Well, it means a whole lot more than harps and floating on clouds and singing 18 million choruses of Just As I Am. Okay? It means you're going to be busy. It means that heaven is going to be like Eden was and the earth was supposed to be. And there will be a lot to do there. There'll be a lot to enjoy there. There'll be relationships between God's risen imagers. I think to have a new earth, you're going to have it repopulated as Eden with animal life and plant life. And there's a reason why it's described this way at the end. We're going to serve God however He wants us to serve and maintain this place, and enjoy Him forever. That was the original plan. So everything goes full circle. And John has this throwaway line in there: there is no more sea.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Because the sea is a chaos image.
Wow.
There's no more chaos. There's no more disruption. There is nothing left to disrupt and be an affront to God. Nothing is going to go wrong again.
Wow.
It's very intentional. Scripture is often, I think we kind of underestimate how intelligent biblical writers actually were, because look at what they do. They're repurposing Old Testament material all the time.
Yeah.
Again, it's under inspiration, and God uses them as instruments to do this. But the thoughts are so interconnected where if you don't know parts of your Old Testament, and if you divorce parts of your Old Testament and your New Testament from material that the writers knew and used to help them express a particular idea, you're going to get glimpses of what the text means, but you're never going to be able to see it as the writers wanted you to see it, as God wanted you to see it, because He's the one that picked them to do this job and providentially gave them the experience, the education, the exposure to this, that, and the other thing. He's the one that providentially set them up, prepared them for that time and place where He prompted them through the Spirit that says, you better write this down. We just get a dim glimpse of that without all of this other material. So it's important to try to get as much of that in your head as you can, and read Scripture, through the eyes of the biblical person who didn't live today. Okay, we're so disconnected from that, and our task is to try to, capture as much of that as we can and take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It does fill in a lot of blanks, and it teaches us a lot of things that we don't learn in the church. Well, I do have just one more question, because you said something earlier that I really like, that you don't want to protect people from their Bibles, and I think that's really profound. What would you want the viewer most to take away from this program and from your new book, and really just from all your work?
I really want people to be more interested in the text, the biblical text, than they are interested in perpetuating a particular Christian subculture, even if they really like it and it floats their boat and they enjoy it. That's all good. But your task as a member of the family of God, as a redeemed person, your task is to perpetuate not a denomination. It's to perpetuate the kingdom of God on this planet and see the program through to its ultimate, end times end. And to basically, if I could quote Bill Belichick here, just do your job. Okay? Just do your job. And I think if we're text-oriented, if we're focused on Scripture and what it can sustain, then we can be charitable toward people who might take this or that passage a different way. Okay, I can see where you could get that. You're still rooted in the text, even though I have some other position. But if we're all about, my tradition doesn't say that. My pastor doesn't say that. Okay, that's just a distraction. What are you here for? Did Jesus die for you to perpetuate your subculture, or did he die to take over the planet?
Right.
I mean, it really comes down to that. So you got to land somewhere, and I hope you land, at the latter.
Yeah.
That's just biblical theology.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Well, if people want to know more about you or your work, where can they go?
drmsh.com is my homepage. Since we brought up the podcast, I'll give that. nakedbiblepodcast.com. By the way, the term Naked Bible, the inference there is we just try to do the Bible without filtering it through creeds and subcultures, denominational traditions. We just try to do the text. So nakedbiblepodcast.com, those are the two main sites.
Fantastic. And of course, we absolutely recommend all of Michael Heiser's work, but make sure you definitely pick up Reversing Hermon. And we went through all the information on that, on how to get a hold of that in the trailer and commercial that you saw earlier. So all that being said, I want to thank you all for joining us in this very special episode of Into the Multiverse. As always, take care and God bless.